Matt, go ahead. Did you have something before we start?
Before we start,
Mr.
Sarah,
Ford?
just are we both on the public comment too?
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good evening. Welcome to this special meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Today is June 15th, 2020, and we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you very much, Ms. Clerk. We'll now go to open public comment, and I'd like to let the public know about our format tonight. And this is how we're adjusting to our virtual meetings and the fact that we are in extraordinary times with people's work and home life schedules presenting challenges. We're still in a pandemic condition, and our community has a lot to say on important topics that are impacting our society. So for the time being, public comment will be open to all items and it will run for 1 hour. Usually our public comment is 30 minutes. We'll go a full 60 minutes, and then we'll start our meeting. And usually public comment right at the beginning is for items that are not on the agenda. But as I said, speak on whatever item that you want to. We understand people may need to leave as it's an evening meeting. Each item will have its own public comment as usual. And at the end of the meeting, I could open general public comment again if people are waiting to speak on more items or items that are not on the agenda. And finally, the public has asked that we show as many council members' faces on the screen as we can. So just to let you know, we use GoToWebinar because it's compatible to with our internal systems at City Hall, and it allows 6 faces at one time. So the council members and I will be on screen, rotating our faces every few speakers. So thank you for making that adjustment with us. So Ms. Clerk, we're going to go to open public comment. And as I said, we're happy to receive whatever you have to say for the next hour. And we're doing 3 minutes. Ms. Clerk, should we make it 2 minutes? How many people have their hands raised, please?
Madam Mayor, we have about 100 attendees, and I would say approximately 20 to 30 hands up at this point.
Okay, so that's 90 minutes. So let's go ahead and make it 2 minutes apiece. And I would ask for Mr. Four, I think you're in charge of the screen that says either 3 minutes or 2 minutes. And that way we'll get more people participating. And that way more people can fit into the 1 hour at the beginning of the meeting, if that's when you want to speak. What'll happen when we go to our actual item, which is our budget, you'll hear recommendations that the Finance Committee has made. We've made some adjustments to our budget. You'll hear that. And So if you wait to do your public comment after our presentation, you would have a little more information.
And Madam Mayor, I can list the first couple of names of public speakers also while we're getting the timer changed out. And those first speakers are Ann Howard, Jim Cannell, John Caravello, Katie Hay, and Mackenzie Wildman.
Okay, we're looking forward to hearing them. Ms. Clerk, go ahead and do public comment. I see we have the 2-minute timer. Thank you.
Very good. Ann Howard, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thanks. Well, I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Janet Garufis, who's written you a letter, and I just want to read Janet's letter to you. You know, I'm the board president of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation. And Janet is our co-chair, as well as being, you know, chairman and CEO of Montecito Bank and Trust. Janet writes, I know as council members, you have struggled with identifying solutions to the continuing issues of homelessness and blight that have crippled our once vibrant downtown. We're especially excited now about the Library Plaza project because the approved design isn't just an upgrade of existing space, but rather it offers real solutions while providing a vital open space for community gatherings in the heart of the downtown. We've been working on this project for nearly 2 years in cooperation with our neighbors at the Museum of Art in La Arcata, successfully progressing through the required process of the Planning Department and the Historic Landmarks Commission. We were delighted and relieved that the city was ready to provide the necessary initial funding for the plaza by allocating $1.15 million in Measure C funds in FY21. This portion of the $4 million project funds all the surrounding sidewalks at the library, as well as the paseo between the library and the art museum connecting La Arcata and Anapamu. You know, we've paused our campaign assessment, but we're ready to begin with our interviews. We're ready for the city to uphold and reaffirm its commitment of $1.15 million so that we can begin our fundraising efforts. Prospective donors, I have one big question. Is the city committed to building this plaza? Does the city care about making our downtown inviting, safe, and accessible? We hope so. And once we see the 1.15 million restored, we can move forward. We're waiting for you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Cannell. Jim Cannell, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I think I'm going to wait until the end and speak until I hear some of the other comments. Is that okay?
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Clerk.
Next speaker is John Caravello. One moment. John, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. It's John Caravello, by the way. First, I demand City Council invest in the values that they claim to hold. In particular, those values reflected in their recent pledge to healing justice, Black Lives Matter. I demand that no funds go towards a new police station, but instead are allocated towards community spaces and programs designed for and by Black residents. Second, I demand that public officials, including those of you in City Council, to hold each other accountable for the use of covert white supremacist talking points. Let me explain. Recently, in a letter to the editor on Newshawk, Peter Smith commented on Sheriff Brown's seemingly genuine belief that there are only a few police killings in the country in his When the Badge Gets Tarnished article. Smith says, what enables them to get away with it? Constant denial that they're doing anything wrong? Now, I think really what it is entrenched anti-Blackness, right? So consider this analogy. Suppose you're hanging out at your sister's house and her white husband makes a comment about the current protests all around the country. He says, Black Lives Matter is more divisive than it is helpful. You do your best to diffuse this little piece of rhetoric because you know that Black Lives Matter. You also know that people consider it more divisive because they are entrenched in a worldview that has at its foundations white supremacist anti-Black values, things like might makes right and authority should be revered without reservation. Recently, many white people have acknowledged that saying nothing in such situations makes you complicit in anti-Blackness. And it's great that they're doing this, right? They're feeling emboldened to do this. But if white silence is complicity in white supremacy and anti-Blackness, when you're discussing issues at your dinner table, the same should hold in political discourse. You have a duty to speak out when you hear these things by a public servant in real time, not in an interview or article, in real time, right?
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katie Hay. After Katie Hay, Mackenzie Wildman, Mary O'Connor, Simone Roskamp, and Rai Perez. Katie Hay. Katie Hay, you can unmute yourself and please go ahead.
Now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Mayor Murillo, council members, thank you for all of the effort that you've put in of late, many late hours, and your community appreciates that. I believe that government should protect everyone equally without fear or favor. The call for immediate defunding of the Santa Barbara Police Department is irresponsible and not in the best interest of our community. It must be done with careful consideration of the services to be provided and accountability for the funds that any recipient agency shall receive. It is the responsibility of City Council to consider the best interests of our community as a whole and not respond in a reactive manner to any one particular interest. The police have been increasingly tasked with responding to more social issues, especially those related to mental health and homelessness. I believe we must have a comprehensive and thorough study of where any reallocated PD funds can be best utilized with an implementation strategy that has outcome measurements which can be shifted as our community needs require. This will involve partnerships with our county public health department and local healthcare providers and should be done in a methodical manner to meet the evolving needs of our community. Our first responders serve our community no matter what type of tragedy or natural disaster. They are the only agencies that answer the call in the middle of the night. Emergency preparedness must not be overlooked. As a community, we demand that the City Council use caution and take time to act strategically when considering the best way to reallocate any services or funds removed from the police department budget. As a business owner, I am continually challenged by a myriad of issues that require services from and the presence of police. As Santa Barbara struggles to rebuild from the economic aftermath of the last 3 months, it is more important than ever to keep our city and its visitors feeling safe.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mackenzie Wildman, then Mary O'Connor, Simone Roskamp, Rai Perez, Rich McClellan, and Rose Elovitz. Mackenzie Wildman has lowered their hand, so we'll go on to Mary O'Connor. Oh, Mackenzie Wildman has raised their hand. Okay, Mackenzie Wildman, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Mackenzie Wildman, a member of the Libraries Advisory Board. I'd like to comment in support of restored funding to the Library Department, particularly the Library Plaza. The Council has already reviewed plans for the Library Plaza. As you know, the plaza design is beautiful. Imagine stopping by the Library Plaza after having lunch downtown. Imagine strolling through La Arcada, past the Turtles, and landing on a bench in the Library Plaza. Imagine sitting on a bench in the plaza with a cup of coffee, maybe you're with a friend, enjoying the shade of an olive tree before you head into the library to pick up a book that's on hold. I've lost the opportunity to pick up a cup of coffee from my favorite coffee shop. Cafe Anna was just one of the many, many local businesses that have not survived the impacts of COVID-19. Downtown is not in good shape. The community needs commitment to the library plaza now, not next year. The Library Foundation is primed to turn our plans into reality, but they need commitment from you. Please consider restoring the $1.15 million designated to the Library Plaza in FY21 Measure C funding. This funding should not be taken away from the ADA elevator project. The new elevator is absolutely necessary to enable the library to fully support the community. This project is already underway. Design work is almost complete. Construction work should not be postponed. This messy, disruptive work should be done before the library reopens to the public. Let this work continue. Do not defund the elevator project. I respectfully implore the council to retain funding to the elevator project and restore funding to the library plaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mary O'Connor, then Simone Ruskamp, then Rai Perez, then Rochelle Monet, then Rich McLevin. Mary O'Connor, please go ahead.
Hi there. So as a disabled resident, I'd just like to piggyback on the last comment and say, as someone who volunteers at the library and absolutely loves the library, it crushes me to hear that you would take away funding to make it more accessible for people like me. And then also, I just want to urge you to not go forward with the $2 million for this year going towards the new police station. It's not acceptable, and it just distracts from the true cost, $140 million total. And the police budget is still far too high, taking up over 30% of the city's resources. I am confused. Crime rates go down each year, but the police budget goes up. Why is this? Homelessness is one of the most visible social issues Santa Barbara faces, yet you want to take $50,000 away from houseless services and programs to help with that. It's very difficult to look at this budget and see it for anything other than attempting to hold up the status quo, which we're realizing is white supremacy. I know that this city can do better, and I urge it to right now. The police should not be getting a third of the city's budget. It's just unacceptable as a taxpayer and as a resident. We know the crime rate in Santa Barbara does not adequately reflect the funding that goes to the police department. And finally, I just want to say that I really, really know that it takes so much time and energy to get these things done. But I'm very concerned at a previous commenter urging you not to react to public outrage. I urge you to consider the public's opinion.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Simone Ruskamp, then Rai Perez, then Rochelle Monet, then Rich McLevin. Simone Ruskamp, please go ahead.
Council members, I'm returning to these meetings just to remind you again that our community is watching. Each week, you all have mentioned separately and shared different statements about how much you care about the Black community. And specifically, Madam Mayor, you stated that you and Oscar acknowledge that you have not done very much, if any, work for Black people in this community since taking office. While that is a great shame, this now presents you with an opportunity. And so I'm here today to remind you that we are here to cash that check. If you really care about Black lives, if you were really disappointed in the police chief's behavior and how she dehumanized our community members, you probably have seen articles about the use of force, her agreeing to civilian review practices, but not an actual civilian review board, then I would ask you to actually invest in Black spaces, to invest in programs that support those most at risk, including houseless individuals. And we ask you to prioritize a meaning of safety that includes Black people and doesn't just leave us as an afterthought. We have no need for a new police station. What we really need is a more equitable community. While I understand the need to be more mindful of where we redirect funding, I want to remind you that we don't have the privilege of time because right now people are actively being harmed. I want to share again about use of force, that even though Santa Barbara's Black population is 1.3%, police are getting physical when they're using use of force. 8.7% of the time, their target is Black. Latinos make up 36.5% of the city's population, but we're involved in 44.2% of use of force incidences. So again, we can't just keep stalling and delaying. We need to act. If you are going to mention how much you care about the community, we ask you to create a budget that reflects those values.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ray Perez. Ray Perez, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would just like to voice my support for Simone and the rest of the folks organizing at Black Lives Matter. I think it's clear that our community does not need a new police station, that the police don't serve the most marginalized members of our community, and that needs to be taken into account when we're distributing funds. Black communities and other marginalized communities have long been creating alternative programs to policing. And so I think that we non-Black folks should look to Black folks specifically to lead these efforts in creating safer communities without police. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Rochelle Monet, then Rich McLevin, Rose Elovitz, Samuel Boland, and Sid Abad. Rochelle Monet, please go ahead.
Hi, hello, Kathy, can you hear me? Perfect. So last week I talked about how fast I got Sambos renamed and how my next aim is to hold city officials accountable and get corrupt public officials fired. I have a question for Mr. Casey. Why did you hire Anthony Wagner and more recently bring him over to your public relations at City Hall? Mr. Wagner, while a planning commissioner in San Diego, remodeled his house without a permit, stiffed the contractor, and got caught. Mr. Wagner was also an aide to a San Diego City Council member who was subject to an FBI cash bribery investigation that led to jail time for the City Council member. Mr. Casey, can you please explain to me who cleared Mr. Wagner's blemished past prior to getting hired? So, Mr. Casey, with the cash bribery scandal from the past, you put Mr. Wagner in charge of a highly priced cannabis dispensary permitting process. Well, let me tell you something. Mr. Wagner had ties to one of the groups from San Diego that got awarded one of the highly priced seller's licenses in town. This same group that got awarded the license didn't have adequate parking for the building to begin with. This same group has already sold the license or wants to sell it for millions of dollars in cash. I'm asking for Anthony Wagner to resign today. Your lack of leadership is responsible for suffocating this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Rich McLevin, then Rose Elovitz, Samuel Boland, Sid Abad, Waleed Afifi. Rich McLevin. Rich McLevin, please call in again. We don't see a connection. Rose Elovitz. Rose Elovitz,
Hello?
please go ahead.
All right. Hi, I'm speaking in solidarity with Black Lives Matter against the proposed city budget. I'd like to first point out the tremendous portion of the city's budget that is allocated to SBPD, which is over $47 million, including the intent to build a new police station that will take over $140 million to complete. To witness these large sums of taxpayer dollars paying for the expansion of a corrupt and oppressive system, while expenses for already underfunded community resources face the threat of budget cuts, is not only a misuse of funds, but an attempt to further push minorities out of this community. Since you, the Santa Barbara City Council, have claimed they stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter, Juneteenth Santa Barbara, as well as both Crystal and Simone, the decision to change the city's budget in favor of building inclusive community infrastructure should not be a difficult one. And acceptance of our demands is not enough. It is vital to acknowledge the significance of utilizing public funds to uplift the Black community, as the inherently biased system has exploited Black bodies for profit for over 450 years. For this reason, I'm calling for Santa Barbara's budget to include the transition of funds from the police department to community wellness, funding for Black community space, and plans to invest in programs designed by and for Black residents. Ultimately, I hope the City Council understands that the citizens of Santa Barbara will continue to be actively engaged in the fight against systemic racism, and I encourage you to fulfill your promises of solidarity to your constituents, as any action otherwise would be a disgrace to the democracy of the United States and your oath of office. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Samuel Boland, then Sid Abad. Samuel Boland, please go ahead.
Hi there, mic check, can you hear me? Wonderful, thank you. Earlier this month, I attended a protest that included a speech by the chief of police. And in that speech, she spoke of the various roles that the police take in the community. One of the roles that she quoted was, that she said was, quote, "Sometimes we must be warriors." Now that language has stuck with me. It struck me as odd. And it sort of bothers me because I don't believe that the police ever should be warriors. Warriors fight wars. They identify enemies. They eliminate them. Warriors are trained soldiers. Warriors occupy cities. They don't police them. I want to raise the point that perhaps this is emblematic of a mindset that sets them up in a sort of us versus them as a police versus citizens situation. And I would like to suggest that this be taken as a warning sign that perhaps something is wrong in the way that police even envision themselves here in Santa Barbara. I would also like to echo the previous speaker's points about the disproportionately large part of the budget that goes to the police compared to social services. I mean, for one example, we could solve the homeless problem in our city, just give them a place to live. And we could do that if we weren't spending millions and millions of dollars on a brand new police station. So I will yield the rest of my time, but thank you for your time. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Sid Abad, then Walid Afifi, Anil Jarti, Anna Marie Gott, and Athena Tan. Sid Abad, please go ahead. Sid Abad, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hi, can you hear my microphone?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Sid Abad, and I go by he, him pronouns, and I was born and raised in the Santa Barbara area. Since 2009, before the effects of the Great Recession in our city's budget, to now, the police department's portion of the general fund budget grew almost 2%, while the Parks and Recreation and Community Development budget shrunk by 1.5% each as their portion of the general fund budget. I understand that there is not much we can do now to change the budget that you are working to adopt next week. However, I just want the public to be aware of how much more we've funded the police department than the community development and parks and recreation departments that actually works directly with the most vulnerable community members in Santa Barbara. The community development department funds human services such as rehabilitation, houseless resources, Boys and Girls Club, and many nonprofit organizations that serve the community. The Parks and Recreation Department funds after-school programs, summer camps, children's sports, and other programs that keep kids engaged and motivated in productive activities. It seems as though we misappropriated our priorities by letting the police department grow second to the highest of all the city departments next to the fire department, while leaving the two most critical departments that actually work directly with our community shrinking the most. If we want to be an anti-racist city, we must focus on rehabilitation over retribution. So please reconsider reprioritizing our city's budget to build our community rather than to punish it. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Walid Afifi. Walid Afifi, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a professor in the Department of Communication at UCSB. First of all, I wanted to basically, I'm going to follow up on Sid. It was good timing because I echo a lot of what he was saying, and also echo the demands of Black Lives Matter locally. Thank you for this opportunity to provide feedback about the budget and for your long hours of work for the city of Santa Barbara. The city has long needed a serious look at itself and whether it serves the 45% of its residents that are not white as much as it does the white residents. You have made explicit statements in support of the demands of the local Black Lives Matter. This budget is where the rubber hits the road with those statements. Words without related action are meaningless. I and many others will judge your performance based on your actions, period. A brief look at the proposed budget made the following proposals stand out to me. I'll note in advance that I couldn't find sufficient details about how the labels for these budget categories are tied to specific expenditures, and I'm trusting council members to make decisions with more expertise about specific spending categories, but while keeping in mind the general patterns and premise that this brief analysis seems to reveal. So the proposed budget for the police, as many people have said, is 47 million. 26 million of that is for police patrols. 1 million of the 47 million, or 2%, is allotted for training and recruitment. And I don't know how much of that is for training and how much of that is for recruitment. But if we want to take seriously a very much revised and improved police presence, we have to dramatically affect the amount of money that we put towards dramatically increased training. In contrast, as Sid noted, 1.45 million is proposed for youth activities, 1.27 million is proposed for neighborhood and outreach services, 1 million is proposed for human services, which together combine to 3.74 million. So we have 3.74 million for a combination of youth activities, neighborhood and outreach services, and human services, and 47 million, so well more than 12 times that for police. So I just hope that you reconsider the budget with those priorities switched. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is Anil Girardi, then Rich McClevin, then Anna Marie Gott. Anil Girardi, please go ahead. Anil Girardi, please go ahead. Okay, we will come back to that.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Go
Excellent.
ahead, go ahead.
All right, so I think we should deprioritize funding the police. When I moved here 8 years ago, one of the first things I noticed were police riding with BMW motorcycles with assault rifles on the back. I thought Santa Barbara was a peaceful town. That sight made me temporarily rethink that notion. As I lived here, I saw that crime indeed was very low, and obviously not due to the cops' fancy toys. I saw that police came to peaceful protests prepared for war. I do not trust their word that a police station should cost $120 million to build. I don't trust that they need as much money as they have and need even more money for the next fiscal year. As long as they keep prioritizing militarization over community outreach, I don't think we should raise the budget. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rich McClevin, then Anna Marie Gott, Athena Tan, Bonnie Raisin, Christine P., Denise Spengler Adams. Rich McClevin, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to stand in solidarity with pretty much everyone who spoke so far. So crime keeps going down. Well, Santa Barbara is already a safe bubble, some of the lowest in the country. And homelessness keeps getting worse, and yet for some reason, the police budget keeps increasing. In an age of slashed benefits for average Joes and increased militarization of police, this budget is fittingly backwards like almost every other city in this country. Please spend less money on police and more money on the community at once. In particular, disadvantaged communities that need it the most. And again, this comes back to homelessness. Can we please address this situation already? I mean, everybody's been complaining about this for 30 or 40 years now, but what exactly has been done? I swear State Street keeps getting worse and worse and worse, pretty much everywhere downtown, by the beaches or whatever. It gets worse every year. The police budget keeps getting bloated and nothing gets done. So maybe we need to divert funding to something else to deal with that, along with all the other issues that have been brought up by previous speakers. So see you guys talking the talk all the time, but can you finally walk the walk? I yield my time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, Athena Tan, Bonnie Raisin, Christine P., Denise Spangler Adams. One moment. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. Well, I'll probably be the first person and the only person tonight to actually support a new police station. However, the reason I'm supporting it is because the current police station has toxic material, which no one else seems to recognize who's calling in. And we need a new police station so that the officers sworn and unsworn are not exposed to these materials any longer, because some have actually been diagnosed with cancer because of exposure. Regarding where the police building is, it shouldn't be on the CODA lot, and it should be much smaller, which means that you will have a much smaller police force, in which I do agree with that. We can't get calls from service a lot of times when we call the police, and maybe we're calling for someone that really shouldn't be a police officer, but instead is someone that is coming into the community, knows the community, and can do what needs to be done, but is not coming armed. Regarding the police, $1 million a year plus is being spent out of our budget for the police to actually enforce on DUIs and a whole bunch of other alcohol-related services. And that money should actually be paid for by all of the businesses that are not regulated right now through an alcohol ordinance. An off-site would be a liquor store or a grocery store that was not harmed during the COVID operations that we've actually had recently. So I really urge you to begin talking about an ordinance so that we can take that $1 million from the police and actually use it for the community in other ways and make sure that things are still enforced upon.
Thanks.
Finally,
Thanks.
I don't think the budget is.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Athena Tan. Athena Tan, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Athena Tan, and I'm speaking in solidarity with Healing Justice Santa Barbara to urge you to make sure the city budget for next year aligns with the values and commitments for Black liberation that you've expressed over the last 2 weeks. You're holding fast to a $2 million allocation for the next year from Measure C funds for the proposed new police station. And meanwhile, you're slashing $672,000 from community development, $760,000 from the fire department, $495,000 from the library, and $932,000 from Parks and Rec. All of these departments address the ability of the most underserved people in our community to survive and thrive. Meanwhile, policing is the city's way of repressing those who have not gotten what they need to survive and thrive in the name of more privileged people's safety. How much of SBPD's work is giving pointless tickets to people on the streets to let them know they don't deserve to exist? Measure C funds are for critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure is that which fosters the well-being of everyone, starting with the least served members of our community. And to this end, our Black community members are explicitly calling for a community center. Policing doesn't reduce crime. People having access to the resources they need reduces crime. Please make a commitment to reallocate all Measure C funds now and in the future away from policing, and please commit to a plan to slash the police department's $47 million budget towards services that will ensure everyone gets to live in a safe, peaceful, and just Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Bonnie Raisin, followed by Christine P., Denise Spangler Adams, Dylan Griffith, Emma Medjuk, Eve Sanford, and Jim Jackson. Bonnie Raisin, please go ahead. Bonnie Raisin, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. We will come back to Bonnie.
Okay, all right, all right.
Go ahead.
Here I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know, there is a lot of ground to cover, and it's strange ground for me. I've said this a lot, maybe it's, you know, falling on deaf ears, but several generations am I in Santa Barbara and Santa Barbara County with people of law and order in my background. And miraculously, none of us were raised with prejudice against skin color. So this is tearing me apart emotionally to even try to understand and get my arms around it. The Santa Barbara Police Department is an integral part of our city, as you, Madam Mayor, and the council members. The big difference is that you can go home at night knowing that you are through or for the day or mostly through. Not so with our men in blue. 24 hours they serve you, protect your homes and families. There is no replacement that can do their job. The work they do is arduous and requires weeks and weeks of training. Most important, and I'm sure you can relate, they like what they do. And, you know, it is with deep regret for me to even have to confront this. When a policeman needs to be reprimanded, I'm sure that that takes place. It's certainly going on around the rest of the country. I have had nothing but pleasant interactions with police, and I am not claiming my skin color because of it. So thank you very much for letting me share, and have a nice rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christine P., then Denise Spangler-Adams, Dylan Griffith, Emma Medjuk, and Eve Sanford. Christine P., please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Christine Phillips, and I want to thank you ahead of time for listening. It's a lot. So we are living in a time of change. We're in the middle of a pandemic and in a recession. Every single dollar needs to be focused on preparing and helping our community. When I look at our current budget, I wonder, is this how we want our money spent? The Santa Barbara Police Department is currently the biggest budget item for our city, and their police scorecard is ranking at an F. Is this how we want to spend our money? According to the scorecard, the arrest breakdown is 77% were for misdemeanors, 19% were for drug possessions, and only 4% were for violent crimes. And yet in the budget transparency tool, it shows that we are set to spend $25 million on our patrol division. Is this how we want our money spent? In the 2017-2018 fiscal year, one dispatch officer more than doubled his salary through overtime to take in almost $400,000. Is this how we want our money spent? Defunding the police isn't about defunding public safety. It's about reconsidering the most effective and meaningful way to attain public safety. I encourage the City Council to make some tough choices. Make cuts to the police budget so we can serve our community during a pandemic and recession. Transition money and responsibility currently allocated to police efforts to hiring people that are trained and can address the root causes of some of the issues our police are currently taking on. And finally, institute more insight into overtime spending. Your community wants change, and you are hearing from us that this current budget is not how we want our money spent. We have been asking police to do more than what they are trained and capable of doing. They are outside of their specialization, and they are not succeeding. Let's take this large amount of money and share it with people that are trained and can properly address the community needs. We in Santa Barbara can either keep doing what we are doing, or we can create change, lead the way to show other communities what responsible spending, community service, and policing can look like. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Denise Spangler-Adams. Denise Spangler-Adams, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? I'm unmuted.
Yes,
I hope.
we can hear you.
I would like to add some historical perspective to this, and also add at age 67, I cannot figure out the high tech, so my apologies. I find it difficult. Anyway, I have been here for 40 years, and I've listened to the comments presented to you tonight, and I would specifically like to address Representatives Oscar Gutierrez and Alejandro Gutierrez, because I know your area is better than most because of my involvement with the boys clubs over the years, and also with court-appointed special advocates for youth and the foster program. We have over 400 foster children in our area. We definitely need a new police station. It cannot accommodate what our needs are when we take youth into the community. I think if you look at the historical perspective over time from when I moved here 40 years ago, what was happening on the east side and what's happening now, you'll find that probably because of our proactive involvement in our relationship building, whether the start of the DARE program and some of our other programs from the Police Activities League and our relationships with the Boys Club and Girls Inc., we have had our crime go down. I suspect if you look at, as some of your speakers said, the 1.3% Black with the 8.7% arrests, you will see that it was by far higher earlier. And in response to some of the other comments, we definitely need to improve Parks and Rec. I'd love to see a West Side Community Center. As you know, Representative Gutierrez, there was no place to meet in your district. But right now, with the shortage of funds, again, the priorities need to be that police station that we've waited a long time to get. And we need the space of a police station somewhere. And on the east side, I think the proactive policing that we've done through some of our youth programs and officers in the schools, it has been a reduction in crime. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Dylan Griffith, then Emma Medjuk, then Eve Sanford. Dylan Griffith, please go ahead.
Hi, y'all. So Santa Barbara's population is less than 2% Black, yet the average daily population of Santa Barbara County Jail is 8% Black. Black people make up 6% of total arrests, 6% of misdemeanor arrests, and 7% of felony arrests. The racial disparities, unsurprisingly, for the Latinx population are horrendous as well. It's clear that there's no community policing going on. There's only a policing of the community, and that policing reeks of white supremacy. I support Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara's demands. We need to defund the police and reallocate that money to invest in Black community spaces, programs designed by and for Black residents, and additional programs and services for the houseless population. Building another police station in Santa Barbara would only reinforce the systems that lead to the premature death of Black and brown folks in our community. And on another note, as of October 23rd, 2019, Santa Barbara Police Department only had a loose, quote unquote, requirement for a training called Principled Policing Training. It's an 8-hour training that, among other things, touches on implicit bias and procedural justice. What this means is that Santa Barbara Police Department thinks it takes less than 8 hours to deconstruct all of the ingrained beliefs and practices that white supremacy has instilled in their officers, and then they should be able to enforce the key tenets of procedural justice, which are voice, neutrality, respect, and trustworthiness, none of which exist in the relationship between Santa Barbara Police Department and the community here in Santa Barbara. Oh, and on top of that, 80 out of their 211 employees had not completed the training. That's almost 40% of the Santa Barbara Police Department had yet to complete that training as of October 23rd, 2019. Please defund the police. We need to stop supporting the state-sanctioned murder of Black people. Thank you so much for your time.
Very good. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Emma Medjuk, then Eve Sanford, Jim Jackson, John Douglas, Julia Meyer, and Jiang Shao, then George Trujillo. Emma Medjuk, please go ahead. Emma Medjuk, please go ahead. Emma Medjuk, there you go.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me okay? Thanks. Hi, Mayor and council members, and thanks for extending the normal time for comments today too. I think a lot of people really appreciate being able to speak up. So my name's Emma. I was raised in Santa Barbara. I also want to bring up, like one of the previous commenters did, some of the serious problems I think we have with police overtime, which contributes a lot to the over-policing in our community. Like many people know, the highest paid employee we had in 2019 was a police sergeant, James Ella. He earned over $180,000 in overtime alone. And what's pretty incredible that this is 3 times higher than the next highest overtime earned for any police force member was. For years, people have brought up problems with how much he's earning in overtime and how completely nonsensical it is, and pointed out that there's no transparency into how this overtime is utilized, and there's also no limits into it as well. So this is something that I personally believe needs some very serious change, especially if we're going to continue to fund the police the way that we do. It's an area that needs real oversight. I know a lot of people are going to comment on the police budget tonight, and we've already heard it a lot, and demand serious change in the funding that the police receives. I also agree that we need to really rethink how we're utilizing our funding and where we're spending it and what we can be doing to make our community better. But this is just one small change that's part of that. So I think there's a lot to be done for us to really think about how we can make the police department one that actually betters our community for everyone that lives here. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eve Sanford, then Jim Jackson, John Douglas, Julia Meyer, Zhang Xiao, George Trujillo. Eve Sanford. Eve Sanford, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Eve Sanford, and I'm speaking in solidarity today with Healing Justice SB and Black Lives Matter. Today, I'm asking for you as our city leaders to listen to the commenters and speakers, hundreds of whom have shown up for the past 3 city council meetings. For this meeting, I'll focus on the city budget and the community call to decrease spending on policing. First and foremost, we ask for immediate halts to the proposed increase on the SBPD budget before you today, and a halt to the extravagant spending of $140 million on a new police station, $2 million of which is in the budget before you today. I ask that you consider alternatives that would not come with such a hefty price tag. An outpouring of community feedback have put the urgency of other community needs and priorities in stark perspective. First and foremost, I echo the call for a Black community center that can intentionally support well-being in a way that policing never can and never will. Furthermore, increases to police spending at a time when other city needs such as homelessness, lack of affordable housing, and during a time of cuts to critical city programs, including libraries and youth programs, is an irresponsible path forward. There is no reason for Santa Barbara to continue to lead as a city that spends more funding on policing per capita than any other city in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties, as we continue to fall behind addressing the real mounting issues that lead directly to inequities in our cities. I'll conclude by voicing my concern that the police budget hearing in May proposed cuts to a critical community-facing role, including a restorative court liaison. I implore the council at this junction to take this opportunity to find a new path forward and re-envision our community's approach to public safety and supporting our Black community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Jackson. Jim Jackson, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great.
Yes.
Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Jim Jackson. I'm a member of the Public Library Foundation. I'm talking about Library Plaza. I sent a letter earlier you should have received, so in case I don't finish in the 2-minute limit. Thank you for your service as stewards of our great city of Santa Barbara. As a native Santa Barbaran and part of a family that has been continuous members of this community for more than 100 years, I have been involved in numerous philanthropic endeavors with the goal of improving the quality of life in Santa Barbara for the entire community, just as my father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. I am passionate about our wonderful downtown public library's positive contributions to the entire community. 7 years ago, it was clear that the families in this community deserved a children's library that could meet the needs of our community, and Janet Garufis and I co-chaired the capital campaign to raise the funds to build and endow which has turned out to be a fabulous addition to the library. Since the completion of the children's library, the number of children visiting the library has increased 300%. This project was successful because there were talented staff, volunteers, and the support of the city, all of which came together in a successful public-private partnership. Now we're at another crossroads. It is clear that the renovation of Library Plaza will not only help remove the blight that exists now, but will also create an open, usable space that will help return the heart of downtown Santa Barbara's arts district to a vibrant, welcoming space that fosters community building and helps knit the community together, something we need now more than ever before. Don't forget, the Library Plaza project is not proposed because the library needs saving, but because our gem of a library can be the cornerstone of a project that leverages its strength and extends the community vitality into the heart of downtown Santa Barbara. As you know, the Santa Barbara Public Library continues to provide resources to its patrons in the community, as only a handful of other libraries have during the pandemic, even with reduced staff. It's no accident that these services happen because the goal of the library is led by a gifted, committed, and talented Jessica Cadiente. I won't finish the rest of it, but thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is John Douglas, then Julia Meyer, Zhang Xiao, George Trujillo. John Douglas, please go ahead.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Good evening, folks. Mayor and City Council, I wanted to thank you for the prompt replies that many of you have made to my emails. Much appreciated. I know how busy you are. And I really appreciate your confirming and agreeing to the requests or demands made by Black Lives Matter last week. That's important, and I hope you follow those with actual deeds. Keep in mind that when we talk about defunding the police department, we're not talking about an attack on the police department. Some great officers in the department, but we're talking about making the department as a whole better. I want to echo the calls for retraining and the police officers and complete the training programs for more sensitive policing that have already been authorized and paid for. I think we need the tough decision you're going to have to make is whether we take the plunge with that $2 million next week when you decide on the budget. And I urge you to not approve the $2 million. This is absolutely the wrong time. It will be perceived as total tone deafness and the worst possible optics to be talking about building a new police station in the midst of what's happening in our entire nation. So I urge you to make the right call on the police station. Now is not the time. Let's fix it up if we have to, but don't spend all that money. It needs to go into the community. And I agree that there should be a African-American community center managed and planned by members of the African-American community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julia Meyer, then Zhang Xiao, George Trujillo, and Liz J. Julia Meyer, please go ahead. Julia Meyer, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for taking my call. I really appreciate it. And I will be brief. As you know, that I am a local business owner in downtown Santa Barbara. And what we do in our business is work as hard as we can to build a sense of joy and of community that for our town. And before profit, before everything. In 2009, when I opened the coffee shop, it was in the midst of the Great Recession that we thought was going to be the once in our lifetimes, but isn't. And we saw county services cut, and overnight, literally tons of people that were in need of mental health support and substance abuse support were left literally homeless in downtown. Local businesses have been faced for the last 10 years with an unacceptable choice between having our houseless community members that are in need being arrested or left for us to handle these situations as business owners, then we're not equipped for that. And that's not reparative, and it doesn't fix anything except the optics of our downtown, and it's not working. An increased police budget is not going to fix our homelessness, and it does not help our most marginalized communities. As stewards of our community and its budget, it is imperative that this budget reflects our values. I have been learning a ton of ways that I can be a better ally and a better community member to our Black and Brown communities. And I believe that you all have a chance to show incredible leadership to your non-white communities. There absolutely must be a better choice for this $2 million to allocate for the new police department at this time. This puts an unnecessary financial burden on your community in a time of massive financial crisis. I personally have not charged sales tax in 13 weeks as we have been closed. How is this a smart use of funds? Your community who funded Measure C and approves Measure C funds to relocate the police department must be heard.
Ms. Meyer.
Yes, I'm almost done. One more sentence.
Finish your thought. No.
Thank you. The library plaza, those are public works departments that deserve these funds, and our community deserves funding for the programs that are going to lift up our Black and Brown communities. Parks and Rec, community centers, and school programs should absolutely be in abundance in a place of this much wealth.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Zhang Shao, then George Trujillo, Liz J, and Lauren Mendel. Zhang Shao, please go ahead.
Hi, mic test. Hi.
We hear you.
Okay, sorry. Hello, City Council members. Thank you so much for taking out some of your time. I really appreciate all that you do for the city. And I want to echo my previous speaker in speaking about really on behalf of the homeless people. You know, I'm a volunteer in the community. I dedicated about 250 hours of my time this past year in past Santa Barbara, where I've seen a lot of homeless people, where I've worked with a lot of homeless people and gotten to know with a lot of homeless people. And I really think that there's a huge problem there with people who they're mentally ill, they're broken, and that's where I frequently see my this city's police officers being dispatched to. And I think probably there's a better use for the fund or a way to maybe help these homeless people. I try to be very compassionate when I volunteer, and I think that this city can do the same. And I really, again, appreciate for your time. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is George Trujillo, then Liz J, Lauren Mendel, Alice Amspoker. George Trujillo, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is George Trujillo. I don't know if many of you know who I actually am. I'm a business owner in Santa Barbara for 25 years. I feel like I'm a product of Santa Barbara. I attended Nino Head Start, Adams Elementary, La Cumbre Junior High, and San Marcos. I've graduated and become a successful business owner and property owner in Santa Barbara. But one thing I don't seem to understand is why I keep getting harassed by the police department. I have multiple incidents that I know you guys heard about, but I feel that you guys are just not paying attention to me. Let's start again with Anthony Wagner. I have a report on Anthony Wagner that I made a complaint to the Santa Barbara Police Department where he was impersonating an officer inside 7-Eleven and he turned around and threatened me. I made a complaint and I have a letter proving that it was sustained. But with that, Anthony Wagner still got a $190,000 job and a promotion, never reprimanded. I'm pretty sure impersonating an officer is a crime. If I was to do that, I know I would go straight to jail. The reason why I know that is because I'm not a criminal. I don't have a criminal past. I'm not on probation. But yet, Santa Barbara Police Department served a narcotics search warrant at my barbershop, claiming it was to collect evidence because there was a robbery down the street. But with that said, they came inside, they ripped my phone wires out, they took my personal iPad, they took my personal phone, threatened me with 7 narcotics officers standing outside. And one thing that Officer Kelly Crooks did is he went into my personal bag, pulled out my money bag, and started counting my money. So with that said, I think you guys need to reform the police department. Please get rid of Anthony Wagner. As you heard from the past, he's not right for our city. And I hope you guys are listening to me. I've made multiple complaints to the city about city works in front of my shop. They don't repair it. Water's laying there. Just like the other day when Kathy called me at 7 o'clock on Friday, she was trying to tell me, well, we can fix your stuff. But she never addressed the issue about Wagner, which was the reason why she was calling me. So I really want you guys not just to hear me, hear my emails. Please hear the community.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Liz J, then Lauren Mendel, Alice Amspoker, and Andrew Johnson. Liz J has lowered their hand. Liz J, please raise your hand in the app if you did wish to speak. We'll go on to Lauren. Oh, Liz J has raised their hand. Okay. Liz J, please go ahead.
Hello, I would just first like to say thank you so much for allowing me the time to speak. I know that you are all busy, so I really appreciate this opportunity. My name is Liz. I'm a longtime resident and educator in this community, and I am here speaking on behalf of Black Lives Matter in Santa Barbara. You did say that you were committed to meeting the demands for our Black community. And I just really hope you stick with that. I really hope that you just don't say things. I really hope that you take action and actually change how things are done. As of now, currently, the police get 32% of the city budget, which is overfunding. I am not here today to ask that you disband the police or give them no funding. I'm just here to ask that you reduce that budget and spread it among the community. Some of these funds can be used to create a Black space community center and to invest in programs for and by the Black community. And also, a lot of times police are working out of their purview by handling mental health crises and punishing people who do not have the resources to own a home or live in this community. So I would highly encourage you to use some of this funding to have social workers in this community to be working with some of these issues that police just aren't trained to do and shouldn't be trained to do. It's not in their job description. So I please urge you to rethink the budget. And I also please urge you not to spend $2 million in 2021 on a police station and then a total of $140 million that it would take to complete. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Gorman, can we take a couple of more speakers? And we're about at a 60 minutes of public comment. Two more, please. And then we'll go into our item.
Very good. Next speaker is Lauren Mendel and then Crystal Sieghart. Lauren Mendel, please go ahead.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I want to speak today about policing and the fact that policing does not reduce crime. The vast majority of calls that police respond to are not criminal in nature and could be better handled by someone who is actually trained in how to respond to mental health issues, domestic issues, things of that sort. Sending somebody equipped with a gun and some handcuffs and the power to arrest somebody does not actually help in the majority of these situations. And most of the calls that are criminal in nature are criminal because people are in dire economic straits. People would not engage in theft if they didn't have to. These calls are also criminal because we have criminalized sitting and lying down on the sidewalks, because we have criminalized the sale and possession of drugs that people use for a variety of reasons. And while it may be safe and legal for me to use drugs of my choice in my home because they're prescribed, other drugs that are available to people who are hard up are criminalized. The $47 million could be put to use actually taking care of the people who are at risk instead of sweeping those who we don't wish to see on our sidewalks, under the rug, and off those streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, final speaker for this time period. Thank you.
And that speaker is Crystal Sieghart. Crystal Sieghart, please go ahead.
Hello, it's me again. First of all, Bonnie Raisin, you and your pleasant interactions with the police can go put your body and privilege on the line and at risk for the many Black and brown folks that are harassed and murdered by the police around this country and right here in our community on a daily basis. Again, I'll repeat, the safest communities don't have cops. The safest communities have resources. And with that being said, Black people need resources in this community to feel safe, to feel valued, and to feel welcomed. It's time to invest in their safety and in their value, because Black lives matter. All Black lives matter, not just the ones whiteness deems acceptable. Imagining a world without the police is hard, yes, but it's only hard because white supremacy has done a number on us. It teaches us violence is the only way. And when people get violent, they must be punished. But why is this system punishing the people that didn't create it significantly more than the ones that did? We must decolonize our minds and imagine a kinder, loving, more empathetic world, and whiteness in these systems are way behind on creating that world. Thank goodness for grassroots organizers, because without us, where would we be at today? We need to move towards a world where we offer mental health services to those who need it, where social workers are supported and dispatched out instead of undertrained police that lack the proper education to handle these situations, a world where we don't force people to carry the guilt and shame of their trauma-filled actions or past, but carry the hope and love for the beautiful human beings they were intended to be. People are born with love in their hearts, and the system strips them of everything good and then punishes them for trying to survive in its toxicity. No longer can we pretend like racism doesn't exist, like anti-Blackness doesn't exist. No longer can we continue to uphold these harmful systems that aren't working. It's long overdue for Black people in this community to receive some kind of reparations, since we have yet to receive that. Black people in SB deserve a community center. They deserve an annual Juneteenth celebration paid for by the city and led by Black folks in the community. They deserve to know their history in this town and for it to be on display for others to learn and understand. I'm gonna finish real quick as well. They deserve to be free. Let us be free. Our ancestors built this country. When will we get our flowers for that? When will we get to enjoy what we built? When will our contributions to this community be acknowledged? Black people are here. We live here. We are from here. Let us stay here.
Thank you, Ms. Sieghart. Thank you. Okay, we will close public comment for now. We'll do our presentation of our budget. It's item number 1. And then there'll be an opportunity for more commentary. Ms. Clerk, are you ready to read that into the record?
Yes, Madam Mayor. That is item 1, fiscal year 2021 recommended operating and capital budget.
Very good. Mr. Casey, did you want to start it off? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So tonight is what we call budget balancing night. We released a draft budget for your consideration in mid-April. We've had about 2 months of budget hearings and deliberations, department by department, finance committee review and such. And we're now under the charter required to adopt a budget by the end of this month. And so this evening is hopefully kind of the culmination of that effort. And we will be presenting to you staff's recommended budget at this point, and then we look forward to your comments and adjustments as necessary to make this budget your own. This, I can't understate enough, has been one of the most challenging budget years ever in my 30 years of municipal government, with COVID hitting in mid-March and upending local government finance unlike anything we've seen in such a dramatic fashion. So we have had to throw out the budget we had already been working on and restart anew. And so we're here with that revamped budget process. And I just want to thank the finance team and all the departments for working under very challenging conditions to get this to this date. And as I've said multiple times before, it's also a budget that we're going to have to monitor throughout the fiscal year. We're going to have to see how our revenues do based upon our best estimates today and gauge them against reality in a very uncertain economy going forward. And so I could see us looking at this at a quarterly basis and having to make adjustments as necessary. And I also say that in the sense that we need to adopt a budget per the charter by the end of June. And so I really encourage us to focus on doing that. And then if there are new items that have come up or new issues that you want us to pursue, we can do that and make those changes at the appropriate time. So with that, the budget approach, we're going to have Jennifer Tomaszewski, our acting finance director, give the fiscal picture and recommendation. And then we need to respond to a number of items that council asked us to return with information on. I will talk with some visuals about the reorganization that I'm proposing without additional staff. We'll have Rebecca Bjork, the Public Works Director, talk about the capital programming, accessibility issues. We'll have Nina Johnson talk about arts, events, and community promotion funding that you asked us to return with more information on. And then we do have one new received outside funding request that was not solicited, but we need your guidance on that as well. So that's the outline for staff presentation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Tomaszewski.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Jennifer Tomaszewski, the interim finance director. And as Mr. Casey stated, tonight we will be asking you to make some final decisions on the budget, and then we will be bringing back the final budget. Ideally, we would be bringing that back next week on the 23rd, reflecting your direction as a result of the tonight's meeting. Next slide, please. Before we do that, I just wanted to step back and summarize how we got to this point. So as you're aware, on April 21st, Paul Casey and I brought you the fiscal year 21 recommended budget. This was the pre-COVID status quo budget, being the second year of our 2-year budget cycle. And it did not address the impacts of COVID strictly due to the timing of when the pandemic hit in relation to our budget process. So since then, the city has held 6 public hearings in which the various departments presented their budgets and their plan to address those reductions and the impacts to their departments and their operations in much more detail. And then this also gave the public the opportunity to weigh in on this as well. And then in addition to that, there were a few presentations to the Finance Committee as well. Next slide, please. The Finance Committee reviewed certain aspects of the budget. So for example, the non-departmental revenue estimates. We looked at the pre-COVID versus the post-COVID impacts and assumptions that we used in our revenue forecasts. This is primarily our tax revenues. And then city staff proposed fees for both the general fund and enterprise funds as well. There was one recommended staff adjustment. This was a little unique. Usually we have more than just one adjustment. So it was not typical that it was a little unique that we only had one. This was a correction for a budget item that was inadvertently included twice there. I do want to clarify there are other adjustments that we're bringing to you tonight, but this was the only one taken to Finance Committee at the time. And then lastly, in mid-May, staff presented a report on our reserves. And this was really in relation to the impact of COVID on our fiscal year 20 budget, and then a discussion on the appropriate use of contingency or disaster reserves going into fiscal year 21. There were no direct recommendations from Finance Committee on the use of those contingency or disaster reserves. Rather, it was a discussion on what would be considered prudent use of those reserves. And we will look at that on some of the upcoming slides as well. Next slide, please. So what's the purpose of the meeting this evening? There are four goals which we hope to accomplish this evening. First, we will be asking that council uphold and confirm the Finance Committee's recommendations, and we'll look at those on the next slide. But we will also be bringing you the budget reduction plan. This was a 31-page supplemental report that we provided as a supplement to our budget. This was really created due to the timing of the pandemic and in relation to the budget process, and to help summarize the city's response to addressing the city's impacts, or how the city's addressing the impacts of COVID. So as you're aware, revenues were greatly impacted, which required reductions. So the city took a 4-pronged approach to addressing these reductions. And that includes departmental reductions, some deferral of general fund capital, some labor concessions. There are some labor concessions currently being negotiated with the bargaining groups right now. And then lastly, that prudent use of reserves. So we will review a summary of those reductions and be available to answer any specific questions you have regarding that plan tonight as well. And then the third goal tonight, we are, as Mr. Casey stated, bringing back some follow-up items requested by council. And then lastly, we will ask council direction on the revised budget with those reductions as an outcome of the discussions that proceed tonight. Next slide, please. So just a recap of Finance Committee recommendations. Finance Committee did unanimously recommend council approval of the following items: the general fund revenue assumptions, the general fund and enterprise fund fees. Utility rates were presented separately to Finance Committee. This was really talking about the fees. And then the Prop 218 hearing will be held next Tuesday on the 23rd. They also recommended the one staff adjustment I just recently referred to. And then as far as the outstanding, the outside entity funding requests, given the impact of COVID, Finance Committee recommended not approving any outside funding requests. At the time, I believe there were only 2 of them. One ended up being addressed with the Waterfront Fund, and then the other one, that was Beacon, and then the other, a small dollar amount for veterans request was actually already included in our budget. So there really weren't any outside requests at that time. However, as Mr. Casey stated, we do have one that we are bringing to you later in the presentation tonight, and that is attachment 3 in your packet. And then lastly, we request your approval of that, the prudent use of some reserves. Whether that ends up being contingency or disaster reserves is really going to depend on how fiscal year 20, how we end the year this year. And that's included as part of our city reduction plan in the upcoming slides. Next slide, please. So as I stated, the second goal tonight is to review that budget reduction plan with you. The actual reduction plan is attachment 2 in your handouts. So next slide. Before I go through that reduction plan with you, I just wanted to remind you of this slide, which shows our estimates for our revenue losses and our target reductions for fiscal year 21, mainly being that 9.7 million. We're still going with this assumption. Right now, sales tax may look a little bit better. TOT may be a little bit worse. All else considered, we just aren't seeing enough to make a change to that number at this point. Overall, we may be doing a little bit better at the end of fiscal year 20, but it's still early in the crisis. And you know, even with 2 weeks left in the year, there's still risk of a second wave that could hit. And we still don't know what the economic effects are going to be longer term on our impact to our revenues. So for example, unemployment or the reduced consumer demand or just consumer confidence. So these will all have an effect on our taxable sales and leisure activities in Santa Barbara, sorry about that. And then other demand for our other services going into 21. So we're still ways off from knowing what our new normal is going to look like at this point. So at this point, we're still staying with that 9.7 million reduction to fiscal year 21. Next slide, please. So with that being said, this next table summarizes the city's reduction plan. Again, that's attachment 2, and this particular table is on page 3 of that report. And you'll see in that first revenue impact line under the change category, there's that $9.7 million. This is a summary of those, the city's response, the 4-pronged approach to addressing that gap. The first one and the biggest contributor being department reductions. It actually has 3 subcategories underneath that. The first one being department reduction plans of about 6.38 million. Now, I just wanted to quickly point out, this is going to be a little bit different in your handout. I think it was about 6.5 million in the handout, and that was due to a last minute change for the library of 145,000, a reduction of their reductions. So to keep it closer to that 5% target for the library. And then not only do you have a question on that?
Question? Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm so sorry to ask you this, but I can't find when you say attachment 2 and page 3. I'm somehow not in the right place. If you could.
Okay, there is one of the attachments is the reduction.
It's
I apologize.
your council agenda report.
I have the report and I'm
Do
looking
you
at it.
have, there was 3 attachments with that, with the agenda item. There was a list of several pages of adjustments. And then after that, there's like a 31-page report that has kind of a summary in, I want to say it's on page 3. And maybe what I can do is send it to you.
I think I have it. Does anybody else? I'm so sorry to stop you and ask this. I have it in the PowerPoint, but and I've looked, you know, I've read the agenda packet, but I'm just trying, when you're referencing attachment 1 or attachment 2, I want to be sure I'm right with you.
Okay, so it would be, I don't think that we have those queued up to bring up on the slide.
Ah, okay. I'm receiving a special delivery right now. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, so again, there's a slight difference of 145,000 and it's relating to the library. The individual department reduction plans, you'll see on page 5 to 15 of that report. But in addition to asking all the operational funds to cut or reduce their fiscal year 21 budgets, we also asked the internal service funds to reduce costs if they were able to do so. So the self-insurance fund, facilities, fleet, and IT fund. And that resulted in additional savings to all funds, but specifically to the general fund of about $726,000. And then the third item actually adds back about $123,000. This is if we were to fund an additional project manager position to the city attorney's office. And I believe this may have been discussed during the city attorney's budget presentation. The total of those 3 totals to about a $7 million total that would go towards funding that $9.7 million gap. And then the next category is labor negotiations. You see that is about that and this is important in that it's budgeted employee salary increases equate to about 1.6 million. You'll notice a little comment at the bottom of this slide where council approved actual concessions are closer to 2.4 million. However, some of those were approved after the recommended budget was presented to you in April. So this really only accounts for that budgeted piece. And then the next category being the capital program. And as Mr. Casey stated, Rebecca Bjork is here tonight to present the impacts to capital with you. So she'll be going over those. And then this brings us to the final number being that difference of 737,000. This would be that prudent amount I was referring to in using either our contingency or disaster reserves. In relation to other budget measures, you'll notice it's a smaller number. But I will remind council that that was intentional as we're estimating using almost all of our contingency reserves at the end of this year. And that kind of leads us into the next slide. So this is the last slide for my presentation tonight. And thank you, next slide. This is similar to other slides that we've presented to both Finance Committee and Council. And this is a look back of our actual compared to policy reserves since 2005. And you'll see about 2006, 7, and 8. You see that, let me just step back and also say that that light blue section, that represents our actual contingency reserves, whereas the darker blue represents the actual disaster reserves. And then that gray line is our policy or target reserves. And so you see back in fiscal years 6, 7, and 8, using those contingency reserves during the Great Recession. And then from that time back up to fiscal year 16, slowly rebuilding those contingency reserves until we were reached fully funded in fiscal year 16. And then in 17 and 18, we see the impacts of the decline in our revenues because of the Thomas fire and increases to our pension costs as well, but still fairly close to our fully funded. And then fiscal year 20. And what this shows is the 1 year impact of COVID and how quickly it's impacting our contingency reserves just in this 1 year. This visually shows that use and then possibly the use if we have to dip into the disaster reserves as well, and why staff's recommendation to use less than $1 million of reserves going into fiscal year 21. Any additional changes to the recommendations would likely impact either increasing or decreasing this amount. So lastly, I will just remind council that we have also summarized all these recommendations at the end of the presentation. But for now, this concludes my portion of the presentation. And if there are no questions, I'll hand it over to Mr. Casey, or I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Let's see if there's any questions, Ms. Tomaszewski. Thanks so much for your presentation. I think we can move. Oh, Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
So sorry. Just one question. So in normal time, whatever normal times are in past years, what's a general amount when the, if there's such a thing, when you need to put money in the reserves, what type of money flows into the reserves by policy? Is there such an answer to that, or is it just, it doesn't happen?
Well, I mean, when we're close to fully funded, we try to present balanced budgets. So at the end of the year, if our revenues come in higher than our expenditures, that difference, we have our policy for our reserves in which any surpluses would just go back into funding. Typically, you know, we usually have savings from salaries and, you know, and overages. We don't necessarily budget to have additional surpluses, although, you know, we may need to consider that differently in the near future. But typically it's just whatever revenues come in higher than the expenditures, some of that goes to capital and the rest would go back to reserves. In a situation where we're already fully funded, we'd probably put more of that towards additional capital, or we would come to council and ask your direction for use of those reserves.
Okay, so it's always a time and place decision by council. So if we exceed, if next fiscal year we exceed revenues by $2 million, there'll be another conversation on where that $2 million goes, whether it all goes to reserves, part goes to reserves, part goes to capital, part goes somewhere else.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking at reserves much more closely for the next few years and bringing, you know, pretty regular updates to your council for direction. Given that we're using all of our contingency reserves, you know, that is something that once we know where the bottom of this is, we'll have to get some direction on how we want to start building that back. If that makes sense.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, just following up on Ms. Tomaszewski's comments. Way back in the aughts, in the 1990s, most of that kind of year-end variance, that kind of everything that flushes out at the end, hopefully to the betterment, would flow into reserves. And that's how the reserve was built up over years. Then as a policy decision by the City Council in the early 2013, 2014 era, capital became a super high priority prior to Measure C, just realizing that we're really underfunding capital. City Council made a policy decision that that year-end variance that we call 50% would go to reserves and 50% would go to capital for the next fiscal year. So that was a council policy, and that is still the council's policy today. I think what Ms. Tomaszewski is saying is, having hit our reserves so hard, we think we want to revisit that policy with council and check in with you all as to what you want your policy to be in the near term. And the other thing that we're not talking about that could have an impact on that is if there is some sort of federal stimulus bill that provides relief to local governments, including cities, that might help our reserve position if we're fortunate to get relief in that way, but we don't know that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please. Questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor. It had to do with public comment. There were several callers who voiced accusations about a city employee, and I was just wondering how are we going to respond to that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez. I will not talk about any personnel actions in public on an employee. That's not allowed by law and is inappropriate to do so.
Okay, so is that the course of action that we're going to take, or what are our options here?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez, you don't have an option to do some sort of personnel evaluation of an employee in the city based upon a public comment charge. I do know that those charges have been looked at by the department where that employee worked, so I can follow up with you on that. But it is highly inappropriate to do a public evaluation of an employee by the city council per the charter, and Mr. Kalan can chime in as well about your limitations to do so.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, Mr. Kalan, if you can educate me.
Certainly. The employees that report to Mr. Casey are within his control to discipline and terminate. The council has the ability to conduct a closed session with Mr. Casey to talk about his performance, and that would be the best way to talk about any specific operational concern that you might have.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Mr. City Attorney, when can we ask for that closed session? When is the proper time to do it? I just want to make sure that the public understands the process and that we are going to be addressing what we just heard today, because it was pretty alarming for me, especially because I know one of those came from my district.
There are council's procedures, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, allow two ways for the council to schedule something. One is through a colleague's memo. The council could, by a vote tonight, also ask us to schedule that kind of closed session for you if you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, questions for Ms. Tomaszewski or on this other subject?
Actually, I'd just like to follow this thread as a point of order, Madam Mayor. I continually hear people say we as if they're talking about the entire council or the entire council's desires. I think it would be more appropriate to use the word I and not make it sound as if I share anything that I'm being heard said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will follow up with our council members, and we could schedule a closed session to discuss that item. Any other questions on our general fund reserves? Questions for our finance director? Ms. Tomaszewski, who is coming up next then? Go ahead. Mr. Casey, go ahead.
Were you able to hear me? Sorry about that. Mr. Casey will take it from here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I do want to say that I am I'm reasonably pleased considering the circumstances that we're under with the financial position of the budget that we're recommending. Not having to go deep into disaster reserves allows us to be able to weather the uncertainty of what we're heading into. And so I feel good, and I think council should feel good that we're positioned to do so. So at this point, I want to do a few more additional follow-up items that have come up during the departmental budget hearings that we had with the city council. And so there are a series of items that you wanted to have us address and return to you. And I will have the first one. I'll actually go to the next slide, please. They include the citywide reorganization, which I will address right now, and then I'll have Ms. Bjork talk about the capital program and our accessibility planning and the library plaza requests that you've heard from the public, and we've heard at prior hearings as well. Ms. Nita Johnson will talk about the arts events and community promotion funding, and then the newly received unsolicited outside funding request. Next slide, please. So citywide reorganization. As you recall, the very first budget hearing, we came and presented to you the city administrator's office, and I covered something that I'm proposing in this year's budget that I wanted to propose more assertively prior to COVID to fill some positions, but I have severely modified the recommendation that I'm making due to the budget realities that we're in. And so I want to walk you through. It's a little hard to follow. I didn't have time to put a good visual together. And so I have organization charts that I want to slowly walk you through to make sure you're understanding what my recommendation is. Next slide, please. So this is a rough look at the organization chart for the city. So city administrator office, I'm responsible for the operations of the day-to-day operations of the city. I have an assistant city administrator on the left, that's Ms. Pam Anthill. I delegate some departments to her just from a workload management standpoint. So she oversees the airport, library, parks, recreation, and finance departments. I oversee the community development, fire, police, waterfront, and public works departments, and have a new economic development section because council in last year's budget funded the economic development management position. So down on the lower left is in red, the administrative services department. That was filled by an administrative services director, Christy Schmidt, and it had 3 divisions under that department. Information technology, human resources, and the city clerks were divisions under the administrative services department. Ms. Schmidt was kind of uniquely qualified to manage a department of kind of 3 different divisions that don't necessarily always go together. So she left for promotional opportunity at another organization. And so I had a vacancy at the administrative services department level. I've kept that position vacant for almost a year now. And then taken the opportunity to look at reorganizing the way we structure ourselves to meet the council's needs and the evolving goals and directions that the city council has been laying out for us, especially as it relates to environmental and sustainability issues. And so we brought in an organizational consultant to work with us. We worked as an executive management team and brainstormed a lot of different variations of how to move forward with an organization. So next slide, please. And so we took away the administrative services director position. So that red box is now gone. That's a department head elimination that we have done at the executive management level. Next slide, please. We have moved the city clerk's office under me. Under the charter, I am also the city clerk. And so having the city clerk manager, Ms. Gorman, report directly to me made a lot of sense. And so would be recommending that she just report directly to me. Again, no change in staff with that move under my umbrella. Next slide, please. And then a desire to make the human resources division into a department. So for a city with 1,000 full-time employees, 500 part-time employees, a $350 million budget, it is unique that we did not have human resources at the department head level. And it makes a lot of sense. A lot of what we do and strategize on a daily, weekly basis has personnel related issues to it. It has training related issues. And so having a human resources director in charge of that effort and sitting at the executive leadership team table makes a lot of sense. That's not a new position. It's just reclassifying the human resources manager to a human resources director and have that be its own department. So again, no new positions with that change. Next slide, please. And then same with information technology. For an organization of our complexity and size, a year ago, we were recognizing that we need to have a more robust information technology department. Again, prior audits of information technology had recommended that. The budget situation didn't really make that a favorable move. With the elimination of the administrative services director position, we felt now was the time to create an information technology department and have a department head position to strategically lead the organization to better use technology, to better implement technology, and to better strategize with technology. And so we were all very excited about that opportunity. that was going to create a new department head position, essentially take the administrative services director and convert that into an information technology director. But you'll see in a few slides that I will not be filling that position due to the budget restraints that we have at this time. So we still would recommend making that a department, but just keep the same staffing that we have. Next slide, please. And so that just shows the 3 divisions of how we have broken up the administrative services department and where they go. Next slide, please. So then the next move is really in response to City Council's leadership of wanting to, again, be a leader in sustainability and energy policy and climate action planning, and a number of those policy directives that Council's been very assertive on over the last few years. So we wanted to create a new sustainability and resiliency department. I think that is an innovative and appropriate department for the next 10, 20, 30 years, as we're going to deal with climate change. We're going to deal with sea level rise. We're moving forward with community choice energy. You have a number of major initiatives. And so having a single focused department where it's consolidated as opposed to now where it's spread out among different departments was really an exciting idea that we wanted to do. Next slide, please. And we would move the environmental services division out of the finance department. A little bit of a misfit in the finance department, having the environmental services there. That's the folks who deal with solid waste policy and do a lot of public outreach and such. And so we would move that under this new sustainability and resilience department. Next slide, please. And move the energy and climate division out of the facilities division of public works into this new department. So again, existing operations, existing staff, just taking them out of their current location and putting them into a new department of sustainability and resilience. Again, perfect world, we would fund a new department head position as part of that, but we are not recommending that as part of this budget at this time. Next slide, please. And so this would be the new organizational structure. We would be positioning ourselves, which I think for an organization of our size with the human resources department that we really need, for an organization that needs to be more effective on executing on technology, creating an own department there, and then creating the new sustainability and resilience department. Next slide, please. But this just reiterates that we are not filling any new positions. This is merely a reorganization to better fit the work groups where they want to be. Information technology will continue to be overseen by Matt Four in my office, the senior assistant of the city administrator. And I've asked Rebecca Bjork to oversee the new sustainability and resilience department. She already was overseeing the energy program in the public works facilities division. So that's not a new responsibility, but then she would be coordinating the environmental services division as well, and starting to unleash a lot of the efforts and interests that council has in this field. So I think that summarizes all my slides. If you go to the next slide, just to make sure, Matt. We did have a PIO officer on loan from the police department. We had that for about a month for COVID response. We've now undid that, and so the PIO officer is back in the police department. I do feel that my office needs a public information officer, and so I will continue to try to be creative to see about fitting that. Next slide, Matt.
Oh, no,
Yeah, now we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Casey, that was going to be my question. First of all, I thank you for these graphics of showing step by step the reorganization. Very helpful, and I'm very supportive of these changes. And you're really responsive to us asking for efficiency, and thank you for that. And just to reiterate, so excited about the sustainability and resiliency, and as soon as we can fully staff that, that will be so fantastic. And thank you for looking at how you could structure it for now until that's in place. So my question was going to be, because I was premature before your last slide about a public information officer. So it was in there, but that's not in the current budget. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. Yeah, I do not have a funded public information officer to work on behalf of the city. And if you look at every other governmental entity on the South Coast, they have a dedicated public information officer. It's been a strong desire of mine to get that position. I think we could really use that to more effectively communicate with the public. I did a borrow from the police department for kind of a quick response thing, but that was merely a loan. And so at some point I got to figure out a way to fund together a public information officer and hire someone. And ideally it would be a bilingual person as well. I think that's something that would be effective as well. So that's my wish, but it's currently not funded.
Do you have an estimate of how much that might cost, or is that premature to ask that number?
Yeah, you know, I don't know for sure. It's probably in the 120 to 150,000 when you add in benefits and the other items as well, but I'm not exactly sure on the number. Again, I haven't looked at it.
Okay. I think that's essential. I think I'm just going to say that now since we're discussing it, that I mean, in transparency and for all of us to be able to message out all that the city is doing, all that you're doing, I think going forward that we have to figure out a way to have that. I would be very supportive of that. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
I just, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to echo what Ms. Snedden just said, that I will be supportive of the communication manager, the communication person for our City Hall. I think it's really important. And thank you, Mr. Casey, for highlighting that you do agree that having that person being bilingual is important, especially with the population that we're dealing with. So my second question is, when you mentioned reclassification, is there also a salary changing when there's reclassification?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez. Yes, there is often a modest salary reclassification when you're taking someone from a manager responsibility to a department head responsibility. So yes, again, it's the same position, so it's fairly modest, but there is a slight increase in financial compensation.
Would you be okay in maybe doing it step by step, like maybe this year, reclassifying some of the job descriptions that you just mentioned, and then maybe for the following year, reclassifying the rest? There's some that in that chart that you showed that I think they're very important. For example, the human resource director, that are definitely needed, but I kind of hesitate on a couple other ones that I think we can hold off just because of the economic crisis that we're going to be facing. Is that something that we can do?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez. Yes, I think that's what we're doing. So the Human Resources Director is the one that if someone's doing the work, we need to pay them appropriately for the work that they're doing. That's when you do reclassification requests. But I am leaving the IT director position open. I'm not putting anyone into that position or paying anyone additional money at this time for that. And I'm holding open the sustainability department head position and not putting anyone in that. So I think I am doing what you're suggesting of kind of slowing down, building this out just to see financially where we're at 6 months or a year from now. And I will have to come back to council before I move on those positions. So it's not something I can just administratively do. It'll have to come back to the full council for your consideration and approval at that time.
Perfect. I just wanted some clarification. Thank you for that.
Okay, Mr. Casey, are you doing the next section? Any other questions on this section from the council? Okay, Rebecca Bjork, you're going to do our capital budget presentation. Thank you, Mr. Casey.
Good evening, Mayor Murillo and council members. I'm happy to be here to talk about our capital. I'm probably the only person in the city who actually enjoys detours because I'm getting to see work being done. So thank you for this privilege. I wanted to go through our recommended changes. As Ms. Tomaszewski explained at the beginning, we reduced the general fund capital by $400,000. We cut it in half. We really wanted to preserve the Ortega Park renovation project. That was the Parks and Recreation Director's highest priority for this funding. She has been working on trying to get design for that project completed. This will take her through design, so it makes it a very good stopping point. So that's helpful. We really struggled with ADA transition plan implementation and the buildings and walkways and pathways for ADA. I'm really proud to say that this city has maintained those line items throughout the previous downturn, even when capital funding was extremely limited, we did move some of that money at the request into Measure C funding, and we have had to reduce the ADA walkways and pathways slightly. However, in a future slide, I'm going to be talking about all of the construction work, the actual work and projects that are underway for ADA. That's an important part of how we prioritize the work that we do to try and make our facilities more accessible. So next slide, please. Measure C is a sales tax increment. It's 1% sales tax that was voted on by the local voters a couple of years ago with the intention of reserving it for capital. It is a general tax, so it can be used for whatever. May I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So it has been really fundamental to changing the way that we're able to address our capital assets. The city has a lot of buildings and a lot of responsibility for maintaining its streets and all of the materials that are in its streets. And so we have been able to make really significant improvements on those facilities using Measure C capital. We are trying to maximize and keep that momentum going. In the next year, we had proposed to repay a loan from the general fund that was used to complete the Cabrillo Pavilion to smooth Measure C so that we could pay that back over several years. And so we were going to see 1.5 million, but what we did is we repaid it from Measure C out of this current year's capital budget. It was about $4 million that came out of this current year capital budget in two ways. Through cutting, I've lost my slides, through cutting the streets projects and through using a little bit of excess reserves that had accumulated previously for Measure C. For ADA transition plan implementation, that is an annual program. It was in the general fund. We are fully funding it here from Measure C. So that's pleased to have that there. I think it's really important that we continue to have that line item funded in our budget to show how committed the city is to that work. The playground replacement program is also an annual program. Parks and Recreation tries to make sure we keep up to speed with our playgrounds so that they will be safe and available for our local community. Ms. Zachary was successful in getting a grant to help with that work, so she is reducing that slightly. And that will allow her to increase the Louise Lowry Davis Center renovation. Again, another facility heavily used by our senior community that needs an overhaul. So that money will, along with some other money, will help to offset that increased need. The Central Library ADA compliant elevator, I agree with a speaker who spoke about that earlier. We don't want to delay that work. That's really important. If we can get in there while the library is still closed, that would be ideal for all because it will be a very disruptive project, but we will be able to do it regardless. The lower library level workspace will be delayed. It was a $913,000 project and required additional money, about $400,000 additional money, and that's one that we will just delay for a year, I hope. And then the Central Library Plaza renovation has been delayed as well with the belief that we wouldn't be ready to turn dirt on that next year. I'm excited by the comments of your public commenters who are committed to it and funding it. That's wonderful. And we appreciate the support of the community in that one. And certainly if we are able to turn dirt on that next year, we would want to be able to fund it. So I will look for council's direction on that item as well. And then the police station funding, we are not proposing to fund that for next year. Pavement maintenance, this is where the Measure C has been very important, and I've got a slide to talk more about this increase to pavement maintenance, so I'm not going to go into detail between why we are cutting certain things but still increasing pavement by almost $4 million. But I do want to just call out there's a lot more than just maintaining the surface of our roads to maintaining our right-of-way, such as maintaining our sidewalks so that they don't create a trip and fall hazard for our community, making sure that we install access ramps. We installed over 150 this year. We expect to install almost 100 next year. And so that's another great investment. Street light repair and maintenance, we are cutting that we've just done a big project to replace our streetlights with LED lights, and as has Edison. Edison owns about half of the lights. So if we need money there, we'll just have to figure out how to scramble and find it somewhere else during the year. The biggest issue there tends to be when they're knocked over by drivers. Traffic signal maintenance, sorry, that's improvements. We will continue to do some traffic signal improvements, which is improving the infrastructure that keeps those functioning properly. As you can imagine, having a properly functioning traffic signal is probably our most important safety feature for operating our roadway system. So that's important, but we have been successful in getting grant funding that will allow us to continue along with some of that work. But for that same reason, we are not proposing to cut the traffic signal maintenance completely. We will still keep a base amount there of 100,000 so that we can address traffic signals and keep them functioning so that we don't end up with collisions as a result of a failed traffic signal. The drainage and maintenance improvement has been reduced significantly. We went for decades without any improvements, without any maintenance to our drainage system. So I want to keep working on that to try and make sure that those systems don't fail. When storm drains fail, they can result in sinkholes. And so certainly staying ahead of that is important. Streetlight improvements is just adding them, having money available. We get a lot of requests, particularly in our more dense communities where it can be very dark, to add streetlights or to change the way that they are functioning. The business corridor improvements, I think in this time of so much impact to our downtown businesses, all of our businesses, to continue to invest in making their corridors as attractive as possible is great. And Mr. Casey had asked to have that doubled, and so that is still at that amount. And then street tree maintenance and annual median maintenance, we have increased that from previous years by $100,000 to $250,000. So that will take care of our medians and street tree replacements. Very much needed. Our street trees are aging out. We really need to be moving to a system to make sure we continue to have a lush urban forest and that we can maintain those before they become diseased and die, that we can have a staggered approach to replacing them. Next slide, please. And whereas that was a lot of Measure C projects, there are actually still more. We send some of that money directly to facilities as facilities projects. As I said, the city operates a lot of buildings that need to be maintained. These aren't the really exciting Cabrillo Pavilion types projects. These are more the things that need to do to keep our buildings in place, such as painting them inside and out, replacing roofs, upgrading restrooms. The Carrillo gym, we really need to get to. We're worried about the spalling on the exterior of the building. The windows are much in need. It needs paint. That's a very, very overdue project. Similarly, Mackenzie building, adult building roof replacement and building site work needs to be done. When you start to have roofs leaking, all of the underlying infrastructure is at risk of also being damaged. And then plumbing hall, restroom, and upgrades, you all use those extensively. You know how outdated they are, and they also are not ADA compliant. So continuing with that is important. Next slide, please. So I wanted to revisit the ADA, but I want to acknowledge I see.
Ms. Bjork, Ms. Snedden has a question.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Ms. Snedden.
I apologize. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Bjork, could you tell us the status of the ADA restrooms at Mackenzie Park? I know that just on that last slide, you mentioned the adult building and then ADA compliance, but.
Yes, Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Snedden, we are planning to do that project next year. We will be using some of the ADA transition plan money for that, as well as some parks money, the Mackenzie, some park restroom money to do that.
Thank you. So that's fully funded and still moving forward.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So to the ADA, we are going to delay the ADA transition plan. This is the plan that was written to guide our transition and of improvements for the city for a year. Two reasons for that. One is competing needs for funding, but the other larger driver is really staff workload. In order to meet our budget reductions, we are holding positions vacant. And so we don't believe we have enough staffing to be able to accomplish the management of that project. It's one that we really believe needs to be done. It needs to be updated, and we will certainly expect to propose that again next year. The transition plan and the building walkways and pathways, the library elevator, the city hall buildings, plumbing and restrooms, and then the access ramps amount to, for the proposed budget, almost $3 million moving towards the ADA, significant ADA improvements. And those are improvements that are needed by all of our community. I know anyone who has either been injured or had to push a stroller appreciates access ramps. Next slide, please. So then I wanted to explain a little bit about why you're seeing an increase in pavement maintenance. So first, just let me say that our roadways, investment in our roadways isn't like investment in most of our other assets, in that for most of our assets, if you delay a project for a year or two, it's going to cost you more or less the same cost. But for our pavement maintenance, it functions somewhat like interest, compounding interest, where you know if you invest more every year, your money grows exponentially. Unfortunately, with pavement, if you don't invest, your costs grow exponentially. So we have worked really hard. This was one of the strongest messages behind the need for Measure C, was to be able to keep our roads in good repair. Our roads are currently rated, if you had to put it on a letter scale, at about a D. We are making slow progress towards a C-, but we are far from being there. So we really want to keep that money. So I'm trying to show you why it's increasing. So we cut out of the current year budget when Measure C revenues were not coming in and there was the need to repay the Cabrillo Pavilion. We stopped the work that we had planned for this year for pavement maintenance. We have that bid ready to go. We have a contract ready to issue. We have a contractor who has agreed to hold that bid until July, but we really want to refund that and get that work going so our community can benefit from it and we can keep our pavement in the best possible condition. So that really reduces next year's work to a fund of about $9.6 million for new work. We're going to hold some of that just as we did this year. We want to be able to be responsive if revenues don't come in as projected. So we aren't going to be actively expecting to spend $2 million of that unless revenues come in. So that gives us $7 million for pavement work and by contract. And then we have a great streets crew who is doing really great work and had really made use of the lack of traveling on the roads to do an extensive amount of paving work, but they need materials to do that work, asphalt, concrete. So we will need $3 million of that for the paving by our streets crews, which leaves $4 million for our production contract, which is where we get the most bang for the most pavement, really, not bang for our buck. Our street crews are very effective and efficient, but they don't have the equipment to really pull out a large amount of work in a short amount of time. And so we'll have about $4.4 million for that type of paving, down from the $12 million we were hoping to have. In addition to that, our gas tax revenue and our Measure A revenues, which are two other significant sources of funding to do this work, are significantly being hit by the COVID crisis as well. So whereas it looks like we're significantly increasing streets is sharing in the pain like all of the rest of the capital work that needs to be done. So with that, I will answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bjork. I'll start with the question about Library Plaza, if we can. I know that the Friends of the Library and myself very concerned that that group is able to raise the money, and donors want to know that the city is behind it. So I saw in your chart that we weren't going to fund it, but I think there's a way to, if the council expresses a concern or a support for it to be found at the right time, how would we work that? How would we let the Friends of the Library know that we would be able to find that money when it's needed?
Mayor Murillo, I think, if you need that money and it is coming from Measure C, which is what they've asked for, we would need to reduce the streets funding further. As I showed on my final slide, we are holding $2 million of money in reserve. You could reallocate that to 1.115 of that to the library budget. We would then hold that until such time that the library was able to raise the needed funds from donations to start that project. And if that happens in the next fiscal year, we would have that money available. You could either do that now, or you could state your intention to do that and do it at the time that they raise the money. I think it doesn't make that much difference to the way that we will pursue our work in being ready to move forward with streets paving either this year or very, very early next year as we get new funding.
So that would be something that I would ask my colleagues that are, thinking about how we're going to make decisions at the end of this meeting, that if you want to express support for that money, that we will find it when the time is necessary, we could hear your support for that when we go into deliberative comments. So thanks, Ms. Bjork. So any other questions from the council? Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next section. That's Ms. Bjork. Thanks for your presentation. Mr. Casey, who's doing arts events and community there? Ms. Johnson, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm Nina Johnson, Senior Assistant to the City Administrator, and I am returning with a slightly revised approach for our funding for arts activities, events, and community promotion organizations. A month ago, when we presented our budget, Council raised some questions and comments, and particularly for funding for events, because we have public health measures in place that greatly restrict large group activities and special events. As I go through the slides, if you want to follow along in your packet, you can follow these numbers in attachment 2, page 10. By way of background, several years ago, if we can go to the next slide, we consolidated all the city's funding for arts, events, community promotion, and economic vitality. This was the idea of former Mayor Helene Schneider to unify all of the funding in one program so that we could be more transparent with the community and so that council could see all of the funding in one program instead of scattered in different department budgets. This also allows us to have a more cohesive approach where we can communicate all of these efforts together. So looking at our overall strategy, consistent with the 5% reduction in department expenses citywide, we're proposing a similar 5% decrease for community promotion organizations. And then since events and large group activities are not allowed to be held in person, again, to meet the public health requirements, we're proposing a 10% reduction in funding for that area. Most organizations are not canceling their events. They're actually transitioning to virtual formats. They're still preparing dance productions, planning film discussions, hosting community workshops for the community. They don't have some of the hard costs of hosting live events, but they're also losing out on revenues and sponsorships. They still have staff costs. So we are proposing a 10% reduction in funding for this category. If we look at the funding, we'll go to the next slide. We first have the community organizations where we're proposing a 5% reduction. Next slide. Thanks. Visit Santa Barbara provides tourism, marketing, and promotion services. The Chamber of the Santa Barbara and Goleta region, they manage the visitor center operations on Garden Street. This center serves a lot of the visitors near the tour bus parking area. The County Office of Arts and Culture serves as a resource to local art organizations and artists. TVSB provides video production services to the nonprofit community. And for transparency, I just wanted to point out also, we don't have budgeted funding for downtown Santa Barbara. That funding is in a separate program in Public Works. That's in downtown parking. So altogether here, a 5% proposed reduction equals $96,000. Next, we have the city's annual sponsorships for events and festivals. If we go to the next slide. Summer solstice, Old Spanish Days, the Film Festival, the 4th of July Parade. These festivals have a line item in our annual budget. They don't apply for funding. Based on last week's council direction, we also added the Juneteenth celebration. So $35,000 is in the budget for next year. And without any reduction there. So there, if you look at the proposed reduction in the overall budget, that amounts to $25,000. If we go to the next slide, we have these smaller grants that we award for arts activities, events, and festivals. These are smaller grant awards for a larger number of organizations. And we have an application process and disbursement process to give funding out to those organizations. Last year, 43 organizations received these grants. So overall here, because we were proposing a funding reduction of 10% for the larger groups, also 10% for these groups, an overall 10% reduction in funding is likely to correspond to less funding distributed for all organizations, or perhaps in each of these categories that we're seeing on the screen, maybe 1, possibly 2 organizations are not going to receive funding. So that concludes my portion of the presentation, and altogether these adjustments total out to the amount seen on page 10 in the Mayor and Council's program.
Ms. Sneddon, questions for Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Apologize. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I was wondering about Earth Day. Is that one of the events? And where does it fall in these categories?
Earth Day expenses have now been moved to the sustainability area. It was previously in the city administrator's office budget, along with a couple other organizations, but we have talked internally that we are going to be applying that 5% proposed reduction across the board to all outside organizations receiving funding.
Okay,
so it would apply to Earth Day also.
Okay, thank you.
And that concludes my portion, unless there are any other questions, and I will stay on till the end.
Okay. I don't see anyone else popping up. Mr. Casey, thanks, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a couple more slides and then we're happy to get into deliberations with you all. If you go to the next slide, please, Matt. So as we mentioned earlier, the Finance Committee made a recommendation not to accept any unsolicited outside entity requests. Each budget cycle, sometimes you get requests and you consider them, and other times based upon the fiscal condition, you say you're not interested in them. So Finance Committee felt this year in particular was not the time to consider outside entity requests, and they made that recommendation to Council, which we presented earlier. Since the Finance Committee, you have had the merger of the Santa Barbara Chamber of Commerce and the Goleta Chamber of Commerce, and you received a request after the Finance Committee's action that I believe you all received and we've attached to the Council agenda report. It's to create an economic development business recruitment proposal. It's funded at a larger level. I believe it's funded at a total level of close to $400,000, but they're asking the city to fund $150,000 of it. So we present that to you to get your feedback, reaction, and guidance about how to deal with this late request that has come in. Next slide, please. So that concludes our response to inquiries that Council had through the department presentations. What we're looking for now is to give final direction on the budget. It takes staff a while to put together the massive resolution, the salary control resolution, and everything that we bring back to Council for adoption. But we're asking you to look at the Finance Committee recommendations, the budget reduction plans that we've been presenting to you and are included in the attachment document that we provided to you. get guidance on the outside organization funding request, any other issues you want to bring up, and then we will return next Tuesday for the formal budget adoption. But at that point, that concludes our presentation. I know I've got a lot of department heads online ready to answer any questions depending upon which way you want to go with your deliberations. Thank you.
We can take some questions now from the council, and I assume we have public comment on what's been presented tonight. Are there questions from my colleagues on any of this items that we've been looking at tonight? And the recommendations from the Finance Committee. And okay, then okay, Ms. Harmon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, Ms. Johnson, I just have a follow-up question. I think you sort of addressed this. It's in connection with the event sponsorship section, slide 25. I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. So it looks like the proposed reduction for these events is 10%, but was this done in collaboration with these different organizations? I know we talked about you having a conversation with them saying, you know, what can you give back this year, understanding the situation we're in? Is this really the max of what all of these organizations could afford? I mean, I know Solstice, for example, is virtual. So this was the extent of what we could come up with or negotiate. Could you just give me a little bit of color on that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, you know, I think each of these organizations, they're still, I mean, we just received a letter from Summer Solstice talking about what will happen in terms of the salary of the staff members with these reductions. So I think what a number of these organizations are trying to show is that they still have the staff costs to host the workshops, plan events, even for filming, and then to put out to the public. They still are paying people. They have an organization to still run, and the marketing expenses of trying to get some of that information out. But they don't have some of the other costs, so we thought that, you know, this is a reasonable level. All the organizations I talked to, they thought that the 10% was reasonable, but some, I mean, they're not interested in going past that. Of course, this is up to council's discretion also.
Well, and then I guess the flip side, oh, sorry, just the flip side of my question is this 10% isn't going to put them under. Is that correct? I certainly wouldn't want to see them going out of business, isn't the right term, but you know what I'm getting at.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, that's correct. They all thought that they could sustain that type of budget reduction. And I just remembered also as I was talking that each event is different. So, I mean, I think, you know, we have a couple of summer events coming up in the next few months, and they're pivoting very quickly. So the events are different. It's also possible we could we could return to this conversation in the fall, or once we know that events are being held. The film festival, they are making plans for an event in the spring with an assumption that events could probably be held. So then, you know, we'd be in a different phase of our public health guidelines.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. In regards to some of the requests from the community about defunding the police, so we've asked a lot of these different organizations and programs to take at least a 5 to 10% reduction. Has that been something that has been discussed by our police department as something that they can consider?
Mr. Casey, I think every department presented reduction, but go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. If I understand your question correct, we did ask all the departments to come up with 5% reduction scenarios, including the police department. So they are meeting that reduction scenario of 5%. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, do you know how much exactly that is out of the budget, out of their budget?
Give me 1 second, I'll get it, or Jennifer, Ms. Tomaszewski might have it, but I've got it right here.
Yeah, if you look on page 12 of the budget reduction report, that supplemental report that I spoke to earlier, it's about $2.3 million.
So that's something that we can start off with this year.
That will be part of the, that will become part of their adopted budget going into 21, correct?
Gotcha. Okay. And did you also comment on whether the department heads were also taking a salary decrease?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilman Oscar Gutierrez. So Mr. Kalan and I have agreed to take a 5% reduction in compensation. The department heads will be taking the same reduction that we're asking other bargaining units, and that's foregoing any increase coming up next fiscal year, as well as picking up more of their retirement costs.
Do you know how much the amount of that comes out to be?
I believe it's close to 3% reduction.
No, like the dollar amount? Like how much?
Oh, let me get back to you on that. Let me see if I can find that out for you. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay. And I know I brought this up weeks ago about the potential of possibly postponing the construction of the new police station. Is that something that we could discuss a little further now, considering that there's some outcry from the community?
Madam Mayor and Councilman Oscar Gutierrez, yes, that certainly would be an appropriate conversation to have. We're in the middle of environmental review, and so that's what's going on now. So we're not in active construction. You're just about done with the environmental review. Yes, please have that conversation. I can tell you my recommendation would be, let's complete the environmental review, and that before you then spend substantial money after that would be an absolutely appropriate time to decide if you want to go forward or not.
Okay, I just want to make it clear that I do understand that the police department, they do need a police station. This isn't something that's just being done without a reason. That there are justifiable causes for why they didn't need it. But right now, with what happened with the recession due to the pandemic and what's going on socially, I just feel like we need to re-examine whether or not the proposed building is exactly what we need. And I just feel like it's time to re-examine the situation. But like I said, I do agree that they need a new building, but I just want to re-examine all our options. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, questions at this point?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've received some email support about keeping the funding for the point in time counts and coordinated entry. And I think I had a question about, are we looking at cuts of that? Is the proposed budget, does it have cuts to that? Or is it still funded at the 50,000?
Let's ask Laura Doubles to come on. Would that be your suggestion, Mr. Casey?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it would. And while she's getting on, yeah, I'll let her explain.
Hi, Madam Mayor and Council Member Sneddon. The point in time count and the coordinated entry system are both under the purview of the county and the county's COC. So they are the ones that are responsible for having that in place. It does definitely help us with funding, getting funding, state, federal, all of the grants that we get. They do rely on those systems to be in place and also a point in time count to be done. That being said, though, since the county and the county's COC board is basically in charge of those systems, Home for Good actually works directly with them on their agreements for funding for those two systems. Or I'm sorry, one system and the point in time count. So what happens with that is because they oversee that whole budgetary process and the agreements with them, the city, us, as well as all other cities, we don't really have the ability to know if there's any gap funding or what that amount would be. We definitely want to be supportive of those, that system, as well as the point in time count, as well as HMIS, which is the Homeless Management Information System. So if there is a gap in funding, then we do want to try to help support that, of course. But as the council had said last year, they really wanted for any any request to be vetted through a public process that was in place. In this case, human services, which is what this would fall under, would be something that should go, or we would suggest going through our CDBG and human services formal application process, so that all of the agencies' budget, financials can be vetted to see, one, what the gap is, or two, also if there's other funding sources that may be eligible for these uses, such as like the Emergency Solutions Grant that the federal government has also gone through the county to disperse. So a portion of their Home for Goods contract is for actually providing a street outreach to get people enrolled in the coordinated entry system. So that portion, though, we also have our own street outreach, of course, that we fund with CityNet, but we also want to support the fact that they do any kind of subsequent trainings or just overseeing the system. So it would not be something that we would normally have an ongoing annual line item budget per se of the general fund. And the only funding that we would have in my area that could go towards that would be under our CDBG and human services funding, which is where the council has put an allocation, a large allocation, a pot of money for us to oversee a process that actually vets all these applications out and just determines if what we're funding is not duplicative or if it is a need, a necessity. So I'm not sure if that
it's helpful background, but so I mean, how much did we fund this last year specifically to point in time and coordinated entry as a combination? Is it 50,000? Is that the number?
It was 50,000. 50,000 was split. 25,000 went to a coordinator position for the coordinated entry system. And an additional 25,000 was to have street outreach through their AmeriCorps staffing. We actually paid for the supervisory position of that for those AmeriCorps workers, because AmeriCorps puts in a certain amount of funding for positions as well.
Okay, so total combined was $50,000 in whatever way to point in time and coordinated entry as a grouping. What is the proposed budget this year? And I understand you'd prefer that they went through CDBG and maybe in the future that's what they should do. I'm just trying to get at the numbers previously budgeted and the numbers in this current proposed budget. If we were to approve it, is it still 50,000 or is that number changed?
So this past year, we funded that 50,000, but that was not in our original budget to the council. They actually came to council directly and council asked us to put that into our budget. So because we had not allocated and they had not gone through the formal process, we specifically said that we would go ahead and do that because it was a council request through our SEMP funding, which is kind of a one-time fund that is only used, the nexus should be housing for that, as well as extraordinary events. We use that for because it's not a replenishable fund. So that was how it was funded last year. Now this year, because of that, we didn't have a line item just to fund this, because honestly, we don't know as staff, by not seeing a budget, what is truly needed and what is funded through the county and the COC and any other funding sources that they have.
Thank you. And so bottom line, it was funded at 50,000. Granted, they came and got council approval, and it wasn't the usual pathway that we would like. And this year, what is the proposed amount? Just the number.
I don't know. I don't have any proposed amount. I have no formal letter or budget that has been presented to me. Formal request letter.
So it is at zero? It was 50,000 last year, and at this year, it's not funded? Is that?
I don't know what the need is by not being able to look at.
Not the need, but what's in our, so it's a zero. So we don't have support for point in time or coordinated entry in our current budget, not even at 25,000. I don't know where I got that number, but you're saying it's zero? Is that?
Yeah, because we don't have council direction to put in that line item for every year from general funding. And the only way that I have in my division is an annual basis of applications on an annual basis. So it's not like a ongoing funding commitment.
Okay, so but we could give council direction if we wanted to.
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm just trying to get at is, so it was 50,000 last year, and this current budget doesn't have any. Is that?
Right, it does not have any.
That's okay. Thank you.
Before we go to Mr. Friedman, so Ms. Doubles, I understand that Home for Good was invited to apply for CDBG Human Services funding. They attended one of the educational workshops to fill out the application, and then they didn't fill out an application. Is that correct?
That is correct. Staff did reach out a couple of times and gave them all the information for the process, when it was starting, when the mandatory workshop was, and they did have a staff member attend that workshop, and then they did not apply.
Okay. Mr. Friedman, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To follow up on this, takeaway last year's, how long have we been funding specifically the point in time study? How many years, if you can, is it 10 years, 5 years, or how far going back?
So I guess I should, I'm sorry, Councilmember Friedman, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, I should probably start by saying the coordinated entry system has only been in operations for about 18 months. So it's not something that has been going on for a long time. They originally tried to start getting funding for it through, they funded it with partially with the ESG funding, which they found out they could not use this next year. So it's one of those things that it's been kind of like the county's trying to get it in place and trying to figure out like funding for it. The county has basically had a lot of their departments that are using that system as well. So, and then they are also electing to have that street outreach through Home for Good. So there's kind of two parts to this. The point in time count is actually done primarily by volunteers. There is some county staff, of course, that does, oversee that process. So I can't per se talk about how much funding we've given over the period of time, because since it's a volunteer basis, we've not technically been asked to do that in the past. It's mostly been for the coordinated entry system, which kind of ties in the point in time count because it's so minimal of funding, a cost.
Okay, and I'm just trying to understand, because the point in time, there's been a request for it, but then it went into CBDG. The issue I have with CDBG and Human Services, and correct me if I'm wrong here, those funds that both from CDBG and the Human Services we provide are more dedicated towards direct service provision by the nonprofits, as well as capital improvements. Is that a good understanding or an accurate understanding?
Yes, that is a good understanding, yes.
So the point in time to me is different because it's not a direct service and it's not a capital project, but you need those numbers to, one, understand the scope of the number of homeless, but also we need that for matching federal and state dollars. So is there a risk if we didn't fund this that there could be an unintended consequence of any county application? They're not able to check the box that they have community partners on this, that it reduces the competitiveness of any federal or state grants that they have.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, their requirement from the county was to have, matching funds because of the HUD requirement for the grant that they were given for the CES system. The county has matched those funds. It's a 25% requirement for the match, and the county has matched those funds. So what they wanted them to do, though, was to develop a budget of what they thought they would need to be able to run both the coordinated entry system and the point in time count, and then, present that to the county to show this is our budget. So the county was asking them to, of course, find the other funding through other grants or in-kind donations, fundraising events. All of that goes into that. So
by them, who do you mean by them? The county was asking them.
I'm sorry, Home for Good. Home for Good is the provider that, I'm sorry, yeah, the county has awarded for that contract to provide those services. They are the coordinating agency is what they call them for the coordinated entry system.
Okay. I'm going to give this some thought. I'm going to wrap up my questioning. I know Councilmember Harmon has some, but I just want to make the comment that I don't feel as if the point in time count is an appropriate place to go to our human services or CDBG, because it's not capital and it's not direct service, that we need to find another way. So I'm going to be giving that some thought as we continue today on how to improve that or support a different way to do it.
Thanks. Ms. Harmon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Doubles. Yes, I will echo Councilmember Friedman's comments just there. I just want to start first, I guess, by apologizing. Maybe if I was unclear over the last year in the direction I gave, I didn't understand myself ever to be voting to take this out of our budget. I understand it to be a long-term commitment to a regional approach to serving our houseless neighbors. So again, I'm sorry for any confusion that I may have caused. I couldn't find a council meeting where I voted on that. I certainly never intended to give direction to that effect. So I just want to clarify here, I don't support that. And I think that we have spoken so often about how houseless needs and houseless services need to be multi-jurisdictional. To that end, can you tell us whether other cities in the county are contributing to point in time Home for Good? I mean, is Santa Maria, is Carpinteria? But if all of the other cities are contributing, I think that's important for us to know as we make this decision as well.
So, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, I just want to start off by saying that this was never just a funded situation that we always have funded. What happened is when C3H was dissolved, basically, they, I guess, had some kind of conversation about, well, we'll use that money for this. So it was something that they used some of that money towards, but really the previous councils have always had us always include 2 line items only in general fund funding. And that was to fund a homeless shelter, which is now by PATH, it was Casa Esperanza. And then also to provide homelessness collaboration. which was originally from C3H and then now has transformed into SB Act, transferred to SB Act for that. So there was never any kind of line item that was on an ongoing basis to fund the point in time count or this coordinated entry system. And like I said, this coordinated entry system was kind of just a newer thing that has come about in the last, year and a half to 2 years. And what happened was, I think that they felt like, okay, then you could just use that money out of the collaborative monies to fund that. So I just kind of wanted to make it clear that we've never done just a general fund line item to support this.
Okay, well, maybe we should do that. But my question still is, are other cities in the county contributing to this effort this year?
And I'm sorry, I apologize for this, but I have not been given a budget. So apparently it didn't look like all of them, but even that, I'm not entirely sure because I don't have a budget. I apologize.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. And I think I can add a little clarity to Ms. Doubles that we went from C3H and then Home for Good was the collaborative that we worked with. And then, and now it's SB Act. And so okay. No other questions for Ms. Doubles, but I think we can let you know if we support that request. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
No, I don't have any questions for Ms. Double. My question was for the chief on her budget. The chief of police. My question is on her budget.
You have a question for the chief. Okay.
Yes.
There. Okay. Ms. Doubles, we're good for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on the line item for budget reductions for the police station, I don't see anything. I would like to have the beat coordinators back. I just want clarification. Do we have beat coordinators now? Is it in your current budget? What are the plans for the beat coordinators?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez. So we have our sworn officer positions, and depending on how many of those are filled and what our staffing looks like allows us to fill those specialty positions. So under this 5% budget cut, we are freezing a total of 6 officer positions. We currently have 12 open right now, and we knew coming into this, we were gonna have a great number of people in training. And I don't have that number off the top of my head, but we have a large amount of people in training. And then when you combine that with some people on injury leave and other leaves, our actual functional staffing is at a point that we have to prioritize patrol operations first. So we get those positions filled and we will get them back. I think now is a perfect time to really re-examine what it is that you and Councilmember Gutierrez, Oscar Gutierrez specifically think we need for your communities. And we might be able to adapt and carve out some of that presence in other ways while we're waiting to fill some of those other positions. But right now it's because we have a number on patrol that we tried to establish. So we have one beat coordinator that we use as the overall beat coordinator that helps shift some projects out to the sergeants and other officers to work with specific communities. Does that make sense?
Yes, you're very clear. When I bring the beat coordinators issue up, I'm not just talking about my specific district. I've talked to different people from different districts in the city, and that is something that they've talked about. The community really misses that direct contact with what's going on with the police station. I think a lot of community members were able to understand, like, why do officers delay so much when coming to a call? That's why I'm bringing it up, not specifically because of my district or Oscar's district, but I think with what's going on nationwide, we should really look into this and maybe prioritize and maybe look into maybe some of your staffing, the unsworn officers that you have there, that we could probably eliminate to staff sworn officers, or maybe to staff another beat officer.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, the reason I referenced you and Oscar Gutierrez is I know you both brought this up specifically with our budget discussion, but I understand a lot of people like that contact, and we got to find a way to get out there. It takes us about 6 months to hire officers and another full year to get the training. So as we move forward in reimagining what policing is, and I'm sure it's going to happen sooner than later on a national level, it's finding things that we can remove off of our plate from responsibilities that really shouldn't be police responses, so that we can get out and build those relationships, especially with our youth and our community members. That's a vital part of what we do. And the next move into policing is to have a more democratic style of policing. And frankly, that's really what it's about. So I agree with you, and I thank you for that comment. And I think we really will have some long-term discussions in the near future about how we police and really what this is going to look like for our community. And we're committed to those conversations in our community as a whole.
And just so the public understands, what is a beat coordinator? You know, what is Councilmember Alejandra talking about? Why is she bringing this up? Could you explain to the community what the beat coordinators, you know, what were some of their job duties? What were some of the highlights they did in the community, and how many you had and in what district they were at?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, I believe we were originally funded for 6 before I got here. And I was able to strengthen us back to 4 for the city over the last 4 years. And we recently had to dial those back, but their primary function is more of a community relations officer. They are a person that's typically well-known in the community. People have their numbers. They are accessible probably more immediately than calling an officer through 911, because it's a face, it's a name. But they've been the ones that primarily have run with our Citizens Academy and some other very specific programs, neighborhood watch programs, and things of that nature.
Thank you. That's all.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Ms. Sneddon, and then Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, if I could just have you back for just a second. I'm so happy and grateful to hear you talking about, and you've been a visionary in your past too, and before coming to our police department, in policing of the future and what that might look like. And I appreciate you making comments to that we're going to be looking deeply at all of those things. And if I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask you or not about what a timeline might be for when we start having those discussions. Do we tie it with the budget quarterly? And maybe this isn't an answer you can give right now, but I think it's something we're all sort of looking at, and how we'll have community engagement with that discussion and how that discussion will happen. And I'm really thankful you brought that up, that those types of things to be looking at.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, we're already moving forward, and I haven't announced this to the rest of the department, but we're restructuring in a way that I will be embedding one of our lieutenants directly assigned to me to oversee the back end accountability piece and transparency, and the front end on what we're going to go to. And under him will be our professional standards sergeant as well. And what we will do with that is move forward. We're already in discussion with our local NAACP on starting some community dialogue opportunity. We have a couple of local pastors and others that are working on a framework to suggest to us to move forward. All the demands of Black Lives Matters have, the ones that apply to us, actually our POA and the police department sees that now is the time. We're not afraid of any citizen review process. We feel very good about the things that we do. We know we gotta get engaged in our community and are more committed than ever to do a better job at that. And frankly, we have done a lot, as you mentioned, to put in place, and we have done ourselves a disservice by not sharing that better. We have had a heck of a time with our website and recognize our most latest use of force policy link has been broken. We don't know how long. So all these things we're on board with, we're moving forward, and we're not gonna waste any time.
Okay, and we'll keep that conversation going with the community and looking at things over a long term, how to adjust that best. Is that okay? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Chief. Could you remind me, I know I've heard this in past lives, but when you talk about what people actually do out of the police department, I know it all hinges on 1,200 applications to try and fill a dozen people to get through the academy, where only you get 6 of them out of there. And then you're trying to piece that together with people retiring, people out hurt, people, whatever it is. But so could you just go over for me how the priority system works in people that are actually out from the department working? So where does patrol fall? Where does beat officers fall? What other categories are in there? So do you always protect patrol numbers first, and is beat officers at the bottom, or what is that hierarchy?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, we are divided into 3 different divisions, patrol operations being the biggest. Our beat coordinators are embedded with that. So those are basically the uniform responses that you see day to day. We also have administrative services combined with investigations, which is a whole nother non-uniformed group in our bureau, as well as strategic planning. And they are the ones that do our hiring and our wellness and special events planning. And gosh, we do other things as well. Administratively, obviously our combined communication center, we've had some holes in that. We have 5 patrol officers that have been assigned in our dispatch center as of late. We also manage the parking as well as animal control. And I mentioned special events, and also a large records department, and is more transparent as we become. So have we seen an increase in PRA requests. So we're all very busy moving in a lot of directions, but first and foremost, patrol operations is a priority because we know we're the only ones to answer 911 7/24.
And so is there something between that and beat officers, or is so the question for me is there, if there's a commitment to beat officers, what else happens 6 months down when people are out sick, people are out hurt, somebody retires? I mean, so you said patrol is a priority, but is patrol the priority first, and then what's next?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, yes, that's exactly it. We've had specialty positions, which are our motor officers, our beat coordinators that are assigned to patrol. But when it comes down to it, those specialties get sometimes reassigned based on our actual numbers for patrol, because we need those numbers assigned to answer radio calls first.
And that's what makes it so difficult to keep those, what you call them, those specialty positions committed and actually staffed at any particular time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief. You commented on doing more to inform the public about all that the PD does. And you also commented on transparency, but do you know why the Fire and Police Commission meetings are currently not being held when other commissions are? You know, the waterfront and the library are having their commission meetings, and why aren't they being televised either?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, my understanding is we were moving forward with the commissions as a city, and I don't know if somebody else can answer this better, that had decision-making responsibility on the table due to COVID. But I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. The other part of your question?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, Fire Chief Eric Nickel, let me jump in on this one as well. Along those same lines, when we shut everything down with COVID, in order to limit the spread, the only commissions that were initially meeting that had either some form of regulatory or charter responsibility that they had to get done, and we were not in one of those sort of first categories. Certainly we're open to restarting and doing it remotely, but we were operating under that guidelines from the county public health officer, as well as some of the internal staff discussions.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, I remember the second part. I actually had an epiphany. I think you're right. If there's a way for us to get them televised, that's one more way to show the public that we are a venue for them to come into and they see what we discuss on a daily basis. So I would have to ask our other city staff how we make that happen.
Thank you. I obviously, in my opinion, both your departments are pretty essential to the response to COVID, the response to what's happening. And I think that your commission meetings should definitely be held right now and televised for the people so that they're aware and notified of everything you all are doing. That's all I'm trying to say, and I appreciate your service.
No, and understood, and you as our liaison, we certainly value that connection with you back to the council. So we're excited to restart it and talk about all the really amazing things that fire's been doing through the COVID response, and certainly some of the recent large fires we've had, and how we're partnering with our law enforcement partners, to get through sort of crisis after crisis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Thanks, Chief Nickel. So are there any other questions at this point? We do need to take a break. It's been 3 hours. Okay, this meeting is in recess. Ms. Clerk, Ms. Gorman, are we ready to resume our meeting?
Yes, we are.
Today is June 15th, 2020. We are resuming this meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. It's a budget hearing. And we have finished our question from the council period, and we will now go to public comment. Ms. Clerk, are there people wanting to speak on this item? I assume so.
Yes, Madam Mayor, there are several people who have signed up to speak on this item. And I will list their names. At this point, we have about 15 people signed up.
Thank you.
First speakers are Kathy Janega Dykes, then Kristen Miller, then Christopher Norden, then Sheridan Rosenberg, then Lauren Trujillo. Kathy Janega Dykes.
Ms. Sneddon, did you have a question? Okay. Oh, you want to be on the public, on the view. Okay, that's right. Every council member,
turn off my cam.
Yeah, come back up to the window,
Well,
the
it's
windows.
nice to see you too, Ms. Gorman. Okay. I think the speakers appreciate that.
Kathy Janega Dykes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kathy Janega Dykes. I'm president and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara. And I want to give you an update on Visit Santa Barbara's current priorities. Before I begin, I just want to tell you how supportive and collaborative you have been throughout this current crisis, and I'm so grateful for that. As you know, tourism has always played a prominent role in Santa Barbara's economy, and it's absolutely going to be a key factor in the community's economic recovery as we move forward. Visit Santa Barbara is in a position to strategically and responsibly invite visitors from neighboring counties to our community to spend their vacation time and their dollars here. And our goal is to save as many local businesses and jobs as possible by attracting overnight visitors who really stimulate the most economic activity. And we have an absolute opportunity to salvage the summer season and really get our residents back to work. We've all felt the absence of tourism revenues over the past 4 months. This was certainly acknowledged in previous speakers. And it really goes beyond the critical TOT and sales tax dollars. And really the fact of the matter is spending from the local economy alone isn't enough to keep our local businesses afloat, especially after a long shutdown. So welcoming leisure visitors from out of the area will also put more of our residents back to work. And certainly as leaders of the Santa Barbara brand, we take our responsibility to look out for the health and the safety of our local community and visitors alike very seriously. And really, we're advocating for responsible travel through our messaging on our website and social media channels, including a guide on how to be a healthy traveler in Santa Barbara. So thank you for recognizing the value of tourism and being such a good partner to Santa Barbara's tourism industry.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Kristen Miller. Kristen Miller, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Kristen Miller, and for 18 years, I've been the president and CEO of the Goleta Chamber of Commerce. I now have the honor and privilege of working with and for businesses in the south coast of Santa Barbara County as we complete our merger with the Santa Barbara Chamber of Commerce. This may seem like an odd time for the Chamber to be coming to you with a proposal for investment. We are very aware of the city's shortfall in revenue and the cuts you're having to make across the board. But the economic impact of COVID-19 on our local economy and jobs cannot be overstated. We're acutely aware of it on every level of business, from retail to manufacturing to healthcare to visitor services to education and certainly to government. While the level of this crisis is astounding, I am equally amazed at the level of response. Our business community in Southern California is known for innovation and ingenuity, and I'm proud to say the way our businesses have pivoted on a dime makes me proud to be their representative. Likewise, I've never seen the swift and nimble response of government at this level before. From the Federal CARES Act to the closing of State Street, every level of government has adapted and quickly. We're here tonight with a proposal to help us create a public-private partnership that addresses the local economy and jobs in Santa Barbara. We're aware and grateful of the city's investment in economic development by hiring Jason Harris, by supporting Visit Santa Barbara, by supporting the downtown organization, and many other economic development related programs. It's time for the chamber to step in and play a much larger role, and under different circumstances, we might be doing that without asking for city funds. However, the crisis is forcing us to do something we should have done all along, engage in economic development in a public-private partnership with the city. We believe there's an urgent need to assist businesses with both the economic recovery from COVID-19 and the longer-term economic stressors on business and property owners on State Street. Our program has 3 key elements: business recruitment and leasing strategy on State Street, business retention in all districts of the city, and focus on convening property owners and businesses for a more targeted and strategic plan for advocacy.
Thanks so much, Ms. Miller. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Christopher Norden, then Sheridan Rosenberg, Lauren Trujillo, Tammy Hughes, Kathy McGill, and Mark Alvarado. Christopher Norden, please go ahead.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak. I want to give a full-throated endorsement of all of the Black Lives Matter demands. I also want to say it's still absurd to have 1/3 of your budget almost go to the police. People like the business owner earlier should not have to subsidize their own oppression and harassment to the tune of 1/3 of every dollar he receives in tax revenue. We need to really concentrate on not just superficial reforms, but also on the culture of the police. A simple talk and a little bit of training isn't gonna overturn centuries of inbuilt racism, and we know every police department in the country has these systematic issues. So I want to know specifically what the police chief is going to do to root those out and be proactive about preventing them. I also want to say, when you criminalize being a houseless person, what you do is you make it illegal to be anywhere, and then you jail them, put them in hospitals. So every dime that you put into services can be preventative. You have to face the human beings that are left out of our society when we get to live in the most beautiful area in the entire world and reap the prosperity of all the economic benefits. And we shouldn't be paying cops more overtime to harass them. I've seen them be mistreated over and over again by police, absolutely unnecessarily. Why are we paying for our own oppression? Like, what are we going to do? We have actual lynchings going on within 2 hours. This is a Southern California problem, and it's a Santa Barbara problem. We can't pretend we're so progressive. And the chief of police needs to stop patting herself on the back and saying that how much she's already done, and that the problem is that her PR hasn't told us about it already. We need to seriously look at this at a systematic level, and her budget needs to go down every year until she stops saying things like police need to be warriors, because we bring in actual warriors and we point guns at the people they're supposed to be protecting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sheridan Rosenberg. I believe Sheridan Rosenberg may have dropped off of the webinar. Sheridan, please come back on again if you would like to speak. Lauren Trujillo. Lauren Trujillo, please go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
We will come back to Lauren Trujillo. Next is Tammy Hughes. Tammy Hughes, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Madam Mayor and council members, I'm imploring you to not defund the Santa Barbara Police Department in your current budget considerations. Safety, as stated by earlier callers this afternoon, is not a privilege. Safety is a right that belongs to the citizens of Santa Barbara. The reason that crime is so low in our community is because we have a properly funded and staffed police department. Over 60% of Americans do not support the defunding of police departments because it's simply not prudent to the safety and overall well-being of our communities. It is, of course, correct to demand absolute accountability in our policing policies, but that does not mean that we should not give our full support to our law enforcement to enforce laws that protect our city. I echo the comments by Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez to ensure that beat coordinators are a part of our community policing. As long as tourism continues to be the engine of Santa Barbara's economy, we need to make thoughtful and deliberate considerations on this matter. Many local and visiting families continue to not feel safe on State Street under the best of circumstances. We certainly cannot afford to decrease funding to the police during these unstable times. Surprisingly, in the ongoing conversations around diversity these past weeks, no one has spoken on behalf or given credit to our police chief for the diversity that she has created within our police department during her 4 years in Santa Barbara. Our good and hardworking officers have put their lives on the line for us every single day and have been there for us in Santa Barbara during the darkest of days. They have been there for us, and we need to be there for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kathy McGill, then Mark Alvarado, then Sharon Byrne. Kathy McGill, please go ahead.
Good evening, Kathy McGill with the Parks and Recreation Commission. Several of the speakers earlier have highlighted the importance of Parks and Recreation to our community, but I do think in times like this, it's really important to recognize the impact that operating cuts and project cuts have on members of our community that absolutely need and rely on Parks and Recreation programs, in particular our youth, families, and seniors. As examples, programs such as Summer Fun, which is free, have been cut. Recreation facilities are closed or reopening on a limited basis. Projects such as Bonnet Park and West Beach Splash Playground, which would serve the community at no cost, are already cut. Facilities are starting to reopen. However, Parks and Recreation staffing has been cut to the bone. So their ability to expand their service to our community will be very limited until they can rehire. All of this leaves a large and critical part of our community underserved, as at this point, there's actually nowhere else for families to turn. In my view, this is unsustainable and doing a real disservice to our residents. I personally believe that safely ramping up recreation programs, in particular for youth and seniors, should be a budget priority. Getting our recreation programs back up is critical for our overall health and well-being, but it's equally important not to lose sight of the need for investment to maintain and enhance our infrastructure. All you need to do is pull up the Visit Santa Barbara website to see how critical our open spaces are to the economic vitality of our city. It is one of our primary selling points. In addition, the proposed increase in density downtown will put increased pressure on surrounding parks and recreation facilities, including Carrillo Gym. With this in mind, continued investment in open areas and recreation facilities needs to be an integral part of the discussion and planning for the future of downtown Santa Barbara. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Mark Alvarado, then Sharon Byrne, Milt Hess, and Dominique Bittner. Mark Alvarado, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have a question regarding the Measure C portion of the presentation. There was a pullout of the capital funding that Measure C is going towards. And part of the Measure C definition that the city uses is to also fund essential community services. Can you tell me if any essential community services are being funded through Measure C right now or in this budget?
We'll take your questions and answer them later. Please keep going.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And the reason being is because I think it's an opportunity to really improve the community policing, restore the beat officers. I saw Chief speak, and I understand how she is struggling to do the staffing that's required in order to really have that type of community policing in place, resource officers. You know, I know you guys don't really look at personnel issues. That's not part of your purview. I understand the role of mayor and council, but you really have an image problem right now. I'm a customer at that barbershop where George Trujillo spoke, and everything he said is being echoed all over the East Side. And you have a public relations issue right now with your police department because of the situation. And I just really think that you have personnel right now in the police department who can step in to really help. One person that comes to mind is Sergeant Drayton. He's a kid from the East Side Boys Club. He knows the community. You have Officer Gutierrez, just all on the line of, in the past, we had Officer Thompson, we had Officer Payne Green, African Americans who played these roles for our community. And it just really demonstrates when you bring in outsiders versus local people, these are the kind of things that happen. So I just wanted to share that. But if somebody could answer that question about essential community services in Measure C, I think that might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Sharon Byrne, then Milt Hess, then Dominique Bittner, then Joseph Doherty. Sharon Byrne, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. I just want to say a couple of things. One is, right now this budget is really your chance to show your community your commitment, especially to our most vulnerable. I want to back up Councilman Friedman. He's 100% right that the Home for Good allocation does not belong in the CDBG category. It is not a roof for a nonprofit or something that's appropriate to that category. It really needs to be a line item in your budget. You may not know, but homelessness affects Blacks disproportionately to their population. And there are now mounting concerns nationally that Blacks face a higher rate of evictions due to COVID-19 than others. So this is a chance to really respond to the concerns your community has put in front of you, and it is a small amount. The entry system that has been mentioned here is a gold standard in how we help move people out of homelessness. It's how we make connections with them during the point in time count. It was leveraged recently for when we were able to move people into hotel rooms during Governor Newsom's, efforts to get people off the street during COVID. If we hadn't had that data set to go to that database, we would have had to start from scratch trying to figure out who was appropriate to move into a hotel room. And we would have moved too slowly. So please move that up in your priority ranking. Also, on the notion of police right now, I do want to say, that is a sick building and you need to do something about that building. It is a health risk for the people working there. The police have implemented de-escalation policies recently. You should look at them. I'm a huge fan of community policing, and Councilmember Gutierrez, your uncle, Adrian, pioneered this in our community and has done a damn fine job of it. Love to see that restored. It's where you really get to know the community. And Officer Hove pioneered restorative policing that really helped our homeless off the street. So I want to offer some support in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Milt Hess, then Dominique Bittner, Joseph Doherty, Richard Clausen, Emily Allen. Milt Hess, please go ahead.
Mayor Murillo, members of City Council, good evening or good night. My name is Milt Hess and I'm chair of the Library Board and also the city's representative on the County Library Advisory Committee. I was delighted to hear that council may have a way to fund the Library Plaza this year. I want to emphasize though that the commitment has to be firm. If the foundation is going to start its capital campaign for the plaza, the commitment can't be a fuzzy maybe. Please keep in mind that the $1,115,000 is an investment in a permanent enhancement to the city's cultural core, an investment that will pay dividends for decades into the future. I wrote to you last week to highlight the consequences of losing the momentum that the project has at this time, as well as the benefits to the city of a new library plaza. All of us who work in support of the library hope that you can indeed restore the city's share of this public-private partnership. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hess. And I mistakenly said Friends of the Library. I thank you for reminding us it's the Library Foundation that will be raising that money. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Dominique Bittner. Dominique Bittner, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, all council members and Madam Mayor. At the moment, we are in the middle of a pandemic. I understand wanting to stimulate our economy with tourism, but our cases of COVID have been spiking. People from infected states come here and parade State Street without a mask. We need masks to be necessary and enforced in public spaces. People should need to be distanced at restaurants at least 8 feet away, and names should be taken down upon restaurant entry so that people are able to be informed if there was a case of COVID in the restaurant. And to the social justice movement at hand, we are on the precipice of change. This is the tipping point. Police officers have been overwhelmed with slews of tasks that they're not fit for far too long. Police should be peace bringers and be educated on ways to de-escalate dangerous situations. The ongoing militarization of police in our country is horrendous. I understand you are all being tasked with extremely important and sensitive decisions at this time, but those tasks are setting the foundation for a beautiful future that we're all fighting for. A future where we say no to the exploitation of our people and our environment. Bureaucracy is complicated, and in that complication, some of the most basic human needs get overlooked. I urge you to keep raising your voices, calling upon transparency from all departments. We need to be adamantly supporting community outreach programs, which not only bring the support that is needed to minority dominant communities, but also bringing jobs and opportunities to those communities. We need to be supporting homeless shelters and affordable home initiatives. We need to be supporting education and public spaces like the library to continue education of both ourselves and spreading that education to others. The people have spoken and are pleading with a call to action. We need more support. We want to support you and your decisions, and for that to happen, you need to make a platform for that. Please continue to speak up when you hear an uninformed stance on police brutality and the movements calling for change taking place in our country. The conversation needs to—
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Joseph Doherty, then Richard Clausen, Emily Allen, Sarah Cunningham, and Alan Shea. Joseph Doherty. Joseph Doherty, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening and greetings, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Joseph Doherty and I'm president of the People's Justice Project. Just wanted to say that we do stand in solidarity with Healing Justice, Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, but tonight specifically advocating for our community members that need the city to use its resources to provide emergency shelter, permanent housing, mental health therapy, substance abuse therapy, relationship counseling, parenting counseling, learning resources for our schools for our youth, and learning and job training resources for adults. And we need to do this before we allocate $140 million toward a new police station when the city already has a functional police station. It seems counterproductive to not invest community programs that will proactively address many of the social and health issues that often result in calls for law enforcement and thousands of our community members unnecessarily entering the criminal justice system. And that only makes it more difficult for those community members to achieve stability when it is the instability that is the context for thousands of arrests every year in this community, ranging from violations of city ordinances that do in effect, regardless of the intention, criminalize the unhoused, as well as health and safety code violations that do in effect criminalize addiction. The amount of money spent on policing these social and health issues is already immense in Santa Barbara. The local police budget has increased $9 million over the last 3 years, despite consistent decreases in crime. That budget, if it's approved in its currently proposed form, would consume a full 32% of the city's bottom line. I understand that has been reduced by 5% with the new proposal tonight. But the truth is that we cannot police our way out of these social and health problems. We need to stop the hemorrhage of cash that we are spending on that failed approach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Richard Clausen, and then Emily Allen. Richard Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to an issue of funding for police services. I sometimes call the non-emergency police number if gardeners become aggressive when I offer them the city brochure explaining the no gas-powered leaf blowers ordinance. Last year, my San Roque neighbors could have used some authoritative help when many patrons of a drive-through restaurant repeatedly blocked State Street traffic, bicycle lanes, and the sidewalk, all vehicle code violations. In late 2015, I called the non-emergency number when someone planted styrofoam KKK hoods in the garden beneath my Black Lives Matter banner. In early 2015, I engaged and stalled at length a confused, nonviolent burglar outside my home while speaking to the 911 operator on my cell phone. Within minutes, no less than 6 sworn officers arrived at my address to take charge of the situation. In each case, sworn officers came or would have offered assistance. In each case, except the burglary, I think the appropriate responder could have been a non-sworn officer, and it suggests to me that resources could be diverted to enforcement and resolution services that rely on unarmed, less expensive non-sworn personnel. I'm sure I'm oversimplifying this, but I encourage you to ask for an analysis of ways sworn officers can be refocused on the hazardous enforcement functions that best suit their training, and explore ways current police funding can be reallocated to less expensive non-sworn officer services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Emily Allen, then Sarah Cunningham, Alana Shea, Anna Marie Gott, Daniel Dunitz. Emily Allen, please go ahead.
Okay, no longer muted. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Emily Allen. I'm the Director of Homeless and Veteran Impact Initiatives for United Way Home for Good. I'm just here to talk to you a little bit about the work we do. We are the lead agency for the coordinated entry system. We also recruit, train, and organize the volunteers for the now annual point in time count. Volunteers are amazing, but recruiting and training hundreds of volunteers is actually a very big lift. And we're lucky to have an AmeriCorps Vista who's recently joined our effort. Both of these activities are important to gathering data and information about the needs of our unhoused neighbors. They're also not a direct service, but they help ensure we have the funding for our direct services. Many of you know the point in time count. You volunteered, you've looked at the data, and that information is important. It's required for federal funding and more for state funding that's dedicated to homelessness. But I also want you to understand the role we play as the lead agency for the coordinated entry system. Since January 23rd, 2018, the United Way and partner agencies have surveyed over 2,900 individuals, with 1,830 recommended for a housing intervention. Based on assessments, we can further break this down. We know that 707 individuals are recommended for permanent supportive housing, and that 1,123 are recommended for rapid rehousing. And we know that 1,096 were surveyed in the city of Santa Barbara. This information also helps us know our unhoused neighbors by name and know what their needs are. A few months ago, when I presented to council with county staff, we showed you various graphs, and I got pretty excited. This is the data that we need to understand how to effectively address homelessness, what types of units are needed, how many units are needed, and where we need those units. The coordinated entry system and the point in time count are two of the important data sources that SB Act uses in their work in the city of Santa Barbara.
Thanks so much, Ms. Allen. Okay, okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Cunningham. One moment. Sarah Cunningham, please go ahead.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I'm calling today in solidarity with Healing Justice Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara. I'm concerned that we, again, have a budget that does not reflect a true, full-throated commitment to undoing systemic racism in our society, and specifically here in our city of Santa Barbara. We've quickly pivoted our budget in response to the coronavirus, which allows me to know that we can quickly pivot our budget 400 years too late for the issue of systemic racism, right? That we can change what we're doing. We are capable of doing that, and we should change what we're doing. And when I hear about the cuts that we are making in our budget, they are citywide budget cuts at 5% that are being applied to every department, and they're not progressive, right? So even departments which are already underfunded, like housing, like the library, like Parks and Rec, are getting a 5% cut, as well as the police department, which has a 32% of the total budget, is also getting a 5% cut, right? So that is across the board cut, so that the police department remains at 32% of the total budget. And I really think that if we're going to talk about re-examining our priorities, we need to be doing a progressive cut where the police department takes a greater percentage of those cuts, and that we add money back into those crucial human services that will improve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alana Shea. Alana Shea, please go ahead.
Hi, yeah, so my name is Elena Shea, and I am a Santa Barbara resident. I stand with Healing Justice, Black Lives Matter, Santa Barbara, in each of their previously stated demands. I acknowledge the City Council's vow of solidarity, but allyship does not mean anything without action. I appreciate the action taken not to fund the new police station at this time, but it does not change the fact that the police department still accounts for 32% of the city budget. I cannot help but think of an instance in which my boyfriend and I were walking down State Street in the middle of the day, not long after I moved here last summer, and at a red light saw a cop on a motorcycle with multiple firearms, including a very large assault weapon. It doesn't take long to live in this community to recognize that that type of weapon is not necessary here or anywhere else in our country. And now, looking at the proposed budget, I can see that the incredible overinflation of the police budget that financed that gun. You've listened to numerous community members tonight and over the past few weeks who are speaking on the immediate need for an investment in essential community and social services, including a Black community space, programs designed by and for Black residents, support for community members experiencing homelessness, library, parks. We're today with a proposal to cut up to $150 million from the LAPD. Why is it that they were able to cut 90% from their department and we have just 5% in the form of primarily of leaving vacancies opening and even lessening restorative court practices? I really encourage the council to consider whether their values are reflected in this budget, which at this point does very little to change the status quo, and it does not reflect what the community is telling you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speakers are Daniel Dunitz, Elise Kaiser-Daly, Emma Wilkins, Isabella Fleury. Daniel Dunitz, please go ahead. Daniel Dunitz, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So, dear esteemed Mayor and City Council, I'd like to speak in support of the demands for Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, and as a business owner deeply concerned with the future of policing in our community. You've all talked the talk in regards to your commitment to racial justice and have used your rhetoric to imply your support. Now is the time to prove to our community that your words were not simply lip service with no commitment to change. Your answer to the demands for racial justice is proposing a 5% cut in the police budget. Do any of you actually believe that we'll do anything to build an anti-racist world? We simply have to look at our police department's slogan, keeping the peace since 1850, to draw a direct line between the formation of our police department and slave-catching roots. If we invest in a brand new police building without doing the work to create an anti-racist institution, we will have invested in finding reasons to continue to support a broken system. It makes no sense to dig our heels into an institution steeped with white supremacy. Why don't we invest in mental health professionals, houseless services, and social workers? You as our elected officials have a profound opportunity to provide a model for other medium-sized cities across the country. As soon as we commit to a new police station, we will have created an insurmountable wall for reform, investing fully in the status quo. If it's true we need to build a new structure, let's take the time to ensure that the structure embeds mental health services, social services, and other community needs in its formation and charter, instead of investing in a military-style headquarters invested in perpetuating mass incarceration. Why do we accept that a police station is a necessary community need? Could we imagine a world in which an addict or a houseless community member or the victim of sexual abuse voluntarily walks through the doors of a community safety center knowing they will not be arrested and criminalized, but rather heard and taken care of? Can we imagine a world in which it is not just the wealthy white community members that find value in our police department? Let's rethink what it means to invest in public safety. Let's do the work to build an anti-racist society. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Elise Cossert-Daly. Elise Cossert-Daly, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment this evening. My name is Elise Cossert-Daly. I'm an anti-discrimination, civil rights, and environmental attorney here in Santa Barbara. I join you today to support Healing Justice, Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, and Juneteenth Santa Barbara to request that you reallocate funds from the Santa Barbara Police Department to important public services that support and uphold public health and safety. I want to thank you for contemplating some initial steps in this direction, particularly with respect to removing funding for the police station. And I also want to call you out and say thank you for making efforts to prioritize accessibility under the Americans with Disabilities Act. This is incredibly important, not only for Black community members, white community members, and Latinx community members. It's something that benefits everyone. In addition to what Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara and Juneteenth Santa Barbara has requested, I just want to encourage you to really look to how you can provide fair, equitable, and safe housing for all community members. How can you provide economic opportunities and tangible support for Black, Latinx, Indigenous, and people of color who are workers in our community and BIPOC supported, I'm exhausted. Owned businesses. I'm sure you are too. I also really want to encourage you to strengthen community health, addiction, and mental health services with a specific focus on communities of color and programs that support non-Black, Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and POC youth. For the funds that remain for the police department, please be sure to allocate them to practices that are responsive to our community members of color, particularly those with disabilities, and funding should go to an oversight commission and supporting consequences for officers that improperly use excessive force. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you. Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Emma Wilkins, then Isabel Fleury, then Justin West. Emma Wilkins, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Emma Wilkins, and I'm here in support of Healing Justice, Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, and Juneteenth Santa Barbara. I'd like to say that the city needs to take steps towards defunding the police department and reappropriating funds towards community-led efforts and organizations. Santa Barbara remains complicit in the disproportionate policing of Black folks. As a result, Black folks are disproportionately entered into a system which inherently disfavors them. We need to do more to support anti-racism within our community. The steps taken to defund the police and reappropriate funding must demonstrate several more bold steps towards supporting Black folks in this community, and I urge you to listen to the demands set out by the leaders of Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara in this endeavor. I would also encourage you to reconsider funding things that would help the houseless in Santa Barbara, as other speakers have mentioned before me.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Isabella Fleury. Isabella Fleury, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this time to speak. I'm a PhD student in psychology at UCSB and one of your fellow Black community members. Tax dollars of community members should not be used to endorse the racist legacy of policing, which has continued to play a critical role in the decimation of Black communities and the killings of Black people. I would like to state that Black lives matter. If that makes you feel uncomfortable, I invite you to really think about why myself and other community members are demanding to defund the police, invest in Black community spaces, and invest in programs designed by and for Black residents of Santa Barbara. To have a conversation about the police, we must acknowledge the racist history. The foundation of modern policing begins in the early 1700s when slave patrols formed in order to catch and return enslaved African people to slave owners. Since 1619, systematic racism has been a principal part of United States culture. Yet many are surprised to learn how racism, white supremacy, and the system of policing are inherently tied together. Neatly inscribed onto the back of Santa Barbara police cars are the words, "Keeping the peace since 1850. When I think of chattel slavery, the word peace does not come to mind. Yet slavery was not abolished in the United States until 1865. Since the 1800s Jim Crow era, police departments have undergone numerous variations of reform. Still, Black people continue to be killed. Police officers who were tasked to protect and serve white supremacy would participate in these public killings of Black people. Since then, Black people have continued to be killed by police who are supposed to protect and serve our communities. In 2014, a videotape showed a police officer murdering Eric Garner. Santa Barbara residents marched from County Courthouse to City Hall and demanded that Black lives matter. After the videotaped lynching of George Floyd, again, Santa Barbara residents marched down State Street and demanded that Black lives matter. I'm demanding that Black lives matter. Black people are here. Black people are your community members. Will you take accountability and truly take action to protect and serve us? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Justin West, then Catherine Carmichael, then Matt Lowe, then Alice Amspoker. Justin West. Justin West, please go ahead. Justin West, please go ahead. We'll come back to Justin West. Next speaker is Catherine Carmichael. Catherine Carmichael.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. All right. Hi, I wanted to say, first of all, thank you for being here with all of us for 4 hours. It's been a long journey, but I appreciate you taking the time to do this. I also wanted to thank you for planning a Juneteenth celebration in Santa Barbara, and to thank both council members, both Gutierrez's, for inquiring during this meeting about how to offer support to our communities and inquiring about the police. But I wanted to ask, other than the 5% reduction that every department volunteered, what are you doing to tangibly defund the police, and what steps are you taking to listen to and to serve the Black community? I know you have received many recommendations from our fellow community members about how to better allocate police resources and how to better serve our communities, but I did not receive any tangible efforts or plans from you about which ones you are going to implement and what you are going to do. I expect to hear a public answer soon. If not, I will continue asking my question over and over until I receive this public answer. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is Matt Lowe, then Alice Amspoker, then Trish Fashner, then Sheridan Rosenberg. Matt Lowe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Murillo and council members. Thank you for staying late tonight and hearing the voices of the people. It's really appreciated. I am a restorative practitioner here in town, and I believe there is a healing path available to us at this moment in time. I know things are chaotic in more ways than one, and the path is unclear in which is going to be the healing path. But I think it is clear just by the name, healing justice is available and open to us right now. The punitive path says, what is the time for the crime? The restorative path says, what is the greatest healing for the harm that took place? At our fingertips right now is the path of healing. We need accountability. We need transformative justice. We need accountability to power, and we need recognition of a harm that has taken place, admittance of guilt, and then the conversations to take place to really come back together and hear the voices of the people. We need to hear the truth. Shame ceases when truth is spoken, and we need to hear the truth of Santa Barbara. The people are here and they're speaking and they're saying something loud and clear that they want healing. And so I'm asking today that we take the steps of healing, and may that be reflected in your budget. May that be reflected in the ways that we put money towards the Home for Good program that does our point in time count. May it be put towards money that does diversion programs so that people don't end up incarcerated in the first place. May that end up so that there are community resources so that the right resources are called upon, and that there are alternatives to 911. So dispatch and violent calls do not get overwhelmed by calls that are just resourceful needs in our community. So may we see that we are all responsible for our healing work in our community, and that the healing path is at our fingertips. Healing justice is now, and it's here, and the community wants it. So may we take the healing path.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Gorman, can you tell me how many people have their hands raised? Here, I'll come back on the screen.
Yes, Madam Mayor, approximately.
You need to speak up.
Excuse me. Yes, Madam Mayor, approximately 10 to 12 speakers have their hands up.
Okay, it's already past 10, so let's cut it off there. If that's okay with my city council members, those will be the speaker slips, so to speak, that we receive. And go ahead, please, Ms. Clerk. Next speaker.
Very good. Our next speaker is going to be Alice M. Spoker, then Tris Fashner, then Sherendon Rosenberg. Alice M. Spoker, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
4 hours. Yeah, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
This is just a the real city.
What would meaningful reform look like in Santa Barbara? My litmus test is it good for children? If the answer is yes, it's a good policy. If the answer is no, then scrap it. Santa Barbara is failing us in a few areas. You've done some really good things, but I think the big problems that I see are homelessness, which is mostly mentally ill people and veterans. This is a disgrace. How can you say it's okay for someone who's mentally ill to be sleeping on the sidewalk? That's not kindness, that's abuse. Get them somewhere to live. Don't pretend that you're being kind by letting them sleep in the street. Everyone who's mentally ill should have a place to live. Everyone who's a veteran should have a place to live. They put their lives on the line for you. It's disgusting. Fix it. Schools. The police station site should be Lincoln School, which it was starting in 1870. Give the property back to the school district and put a neighborhood school there for that community. Bad cops Let us know who they are and fire them, and support all the good ones. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Tris Fashner, then Sheridan Rosenberg, then Lauren Trujillo. Trish Fasher, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Trish Fancher. Thank you for your time tonight. I've been in Santa Barbara for 5 years, and I'm calling in solidarity with the Healing Justice Black Lives Matter community here in Santa Barbara. I want to thank the City Council for and applaud you for affirming the statement that racism is a public health crisis. I think that's a very good first move, and I really hope that that continues to be reflected in the budget. In particular, I really note that when there is a serious crisis, or when there is deemed a serious crisis on State Street with not enough, with too many vacancies, y'all paid a consultant $84,000 to study that problem and to come up with solutions. I also think that with the public health crisis that is racism, we need to do the same. We need to pay the activists. We need to pay these Black activists for their labor. We need to pay them to research. We need to pay them to plan, and we need to pay them to make recommendations. We can no longer ask these Black activists for all of their free labor. And thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Sheridan Rosenberg. Sheridan Rosenberg, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I would really like to echo the sentiment of the woman who spoke before me, a couple speakers mentioning the homeless problem on especially on State Street and throughout the city. It really is shameful. I've lived here since 1983. And I remember coming from a place where we didn't have any homeless people in Northern California because it wasn't allowed. I mean, there were statutes that just didn't tolerate it. And they were very humanely removed from the streets and put into treatment, and they weren't allowed to live outside. And I really think that it's time to explore options for policies. And getting back to the police budget, I think it's insane to reduce it, and we definitely need a new police station. I'm just wondering why we haven't considered using the Armory, cleaning that up. And it is right across the street from Santa Barbara High School, which I think that it would really create a nice presence for that area of security. And I think also reducing the budget for policing really, I think, sends a message to, gangs like MS-13 or real violent criminals that, it's kind of that there won't be enough police necessarily to enforce the laws that are on the book and protect citizens. But I certainly agree with the idea of exploring using money for wraparound services for mental health care and co-policing. And, coming from a perspective of reforming local law enforcement by looking at perhaps what's working, especially in the Sheriff's Department, and expanding on that. And, I also want to point out that, the truckers union, the truckers are definitely very concerned with this sort of nationwide trend to consider defunding law enforcement. And they've sort of put their foot down. And when polled, 80% of them said that any sort of city or area, thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. We got your point, thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Lauren Trujillo, then Anna Marie Gott, then Gary Michaels. Lauren Trujillo, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Great. Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Lauren Trujillo, and I'm the Foundation Director of the Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation. First, I would like to thank you all for your leadership during these unprecedented times and strong support for our Santa Barbara Public Library. Following the budget hearings in May, we were disappointed to see that of the $4 million cut from Measure C funds, more than half of that, $2.4 million, was taken from the library. The Santa Barbara Public Library Foundation is preparing to launch our campaign for Library Plaza, a space that is needed now more than ever for our library and community. This campaign will require a public-private partnership with city support. The foundation can't fundraise without it. Donors and community members need to see a commitment, not a promise from the city before fundraising can start. The $1.15 million for Library Plaza needs to be restored to the fiscal year 21 Measure C funding. In its current state, Library Plaza is inaccessible, unsafe, and requires library patrons to make their way through blight in order to reach the library doors. The new Library Plaza will be free of barriers and accessible for strollers, wheelchairs, and patrons of all ages and abilities. It is a crucial ADA project for the city. Library Plaza will not only open doors to expanded experiences in literacy, learning, and adventure, but will anchor our historic cultural arts district. It will be a space for our community to regather and for our library to lead safe, open-air programming. Even in crisis, the library has continually served the public's evolving needs as an active and ever-changing community center. A safe outdoor space will expand these efforts and serve our most vulnerable community members. Imagine outdoor story times and literary programs for children and families. Imagine poetry readings, art shows, and events like Juneteenth. Imagine workforce development opportunities and job fairs. Now is the time for Santa Barbara to thrive with a revitalized public square. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, then Gary Michaels, then Juliette Lefebvre. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good evening, council members. I'm going to have to agree that I believe that 5% is not enough in terms of a reduction for the police department. If you're looking to actually show the city and its residents that you support Black Lives Matters and that you really do want to take the next steps to start defunding the police department, as Mr. Clausen said, you need an analysis. It's very easily done. You can bring up calls for service, for parking, for noise, for homeless, for people collecting cans. You can find out exactly what amount of time and how much money is spent on all of these calls for service. You do realize that 20 days ago, Mr. Floyd was gunned down in the middle, not gunned down, excuse me, I apologize, was killed in the street. And everybody saw it. A lot can happen in 20 days, and you have 15 days to actually pass a budget. I wouldn't pass this budget that you have right now. I would go back to the drawing board in many areas and start budget talks all over again. And I think, again, 20% would be the right number to reduce and to actually show the residents here that you are listening to them and you are going to do something about it. Because unsworn officers could actually take care of a lot of the duties that your officers actually go out every single day and do. And this money could then be put back into housing for our moderate income earners and actually pass an ordinance for permanent supportive housing across all districts.
Ms. Scott,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Gary Michaels, then Juliette Lefebvre, then Nancy Weiss, then Julia Meyer. Gary Michaels, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. This very long evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Gary Michaels. I'm a candidate for State Senate District 19. While I have not studied your budget nor all the pros and cons of building the new police station, I wanted to suggest to you to make public to your constituents an overview of your police misconduct reports, your police department's collective bargaining agreement, and the city and the accountability of that agreement. I was very proud of the leadership role taken by teenagers on Sunday, June 7th, standing up for Black Lives Matters and leading thousands of supporters from De La Gara Plaza to Stearns Wharf. The BLM movement has become a revolutionary peace movement. So I would like to suggest that just as these teenagers took a leadership role, So should you and council members, in conjunction with the leadership of your police department, and take in changing the community policing, perhaps as a start in the new police building. For anyone interested, I've organized a gathering to talk about this very issue, the protests, the riots, and COVID-19 this Friday from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at Butterfly Beach in Montecito. All Santa Barbarans are invited. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Juliet Lefebvre, then Nancy Weiss, Julia Meyer, Maria Cotnoir, and then Justin West is our last speaker. Juliet Lefebvre, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening. I'm here to voice my unequivocal support for our local organizers and Black leaders at Healing Justice, Black Lives Matter, Santa Barbara, and Juneteenth, Santa Barbara. I've been a resident of Santa Barbara for over 15 years now. I have been a preschool teacher. I work as a Montessori teacher. I work with early childhood. I look at human behavior from the very beginning. Maria Montessori spoke to, I just wanted to respond to what is written on the police cars in Santa Barbara, keeping the peace. Peace is way more than the absence of war. It is a foundation in community that thrives. I have bullet points. I'm also an artist. I have notes everywhere. So not only do you have to understand the roots of the police as a runaway slave patrol, you also have to understand the 13th Amendment, which reads that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have dutifully been convicted, shall exist within the United States. Is our police system at the service of the 13th Amendment? We have to really be thinking really differently. And so anything that questions re-examining everything of this budget from a really different perspective and serving mental health, we need to build our people up, and punishment does not work. As an early childhood educator, as any parent who has ever, or anyone who has ever been in presence of a toddler, punishment is not what creates thriving individuals. And that works in terms of community as well. We have to look at roots, and also seriously look at the 13th Amendment. Our police is at the service of this. So nothing has changed, and we really need to rethink everything. I really thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Nancy Weiss. Nancy Weiss, please go ahead. Nancy Weiss, please go ahead. I believe Nancy Weiss may have left. Next speaker is Julia Meyer. Julia Meyer, please go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I really just want to say thank you so much for staying so late and really doing your community a service by listening to all of these comments. I just really want to appreciate you all. And I did just had a few extra comments that I didn't have a chance to say, and I really just wanted to make sure they got heard. Our community deserves the funding for programs that are going to lift up our Black and Brown communities. When we cut Parks and Rec, community centers, and school programs, it's not sending the message that Black and Brown futures matter. These should be in abundance in a city like ours. Our city has spoken up and out these last few weeks, and the more that you guys as the city council listen, the better that all of the civil engagement's going to be, because we're all in this together. When Crystal from Black Lives Matter said earlier that we built this country, we were born here, we grew up here, now let us live here, I have to be honest that her words just sliced me right open, because I'm a multi-generational Santa Barbararan myself. I'm also a direct beneficiary of tourist dollars. But it's not just about making our town hospitable to tourists, but to be a city that's aspirational and can create a gold standard for other cities to follow. We are tasked as a city to allow space for our Black and Brown community members to thrive here, and for tourists to love visiting here. A library plaza, a closed State Street, and social programs that invest in our Black and Brown futures. When I think about what a budget is for me as a business owner, it's a to-do list. It's a values checklist. And I believe that you all know that your citizens are ready to work for you and with you. And I'm an optimist, and I believe in the future of this community and our town. We have a beautiful and incredible leadership from these Healing Justice Santa Barbara and Black Lives Matter women. And we as a city really have to hold ourselves responsible for the change. And I just want to say thank you for listening to all of us. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Our next speaker is Mariah Cotnoir, and then Justin West is our final speaker. Mariah Cotnoir, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, great. City Council members and Mayor Murillo, my name is Mariah Cotnoir, and I'm calling in support of Black Lives Matter and Healing Justice. I heard promising words in your discussion with the police chief regarding improvements in policing and shifting of duties away from the police department. But I don't want to hear only pretty words if no action ever comes about. As Martin Luther King once said, justice delayed is justice denied. And our Black and Brown populations have already had to wait for these changes for too long and have in essence been denied this justice. I would like to hear and see specific actions to be taken and funding reallocation plans before we can say we have taken any real action. Also, for those saying they love and support our police and have never had any issues with the police, I ask that you re-examine your privilege and realize that your experiences may have been drastically different if you were not white. There is a whole different world of experience outside of our white bubble, and I encourage you to stop saying you are not prejudiced or racist and start acting like it by learning about the experiences of those who do not look like you and supporting the efforts of Black women leaders like Crystal and Simone of Healing Justice and Black Lives Matter. In conclusion, I ask that the council take real substantive action and not waste our time with voice support, but no actual work. I ask our Santa Barbara white community members to likewise do the work on ourselves and be real allies to our Black and Brown community members and not rest on the pitiful laurels of not being actively racist. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker.
Justin West. Justin West, please go ahead.
Did we lose Mr. West?
We may have lost Mr. West. There is one additional speaker who I did not see at the very end who has had their hand raised for a substantial period of time.
Let's go. And that'll be our final speaker. Thank you.
Very good. Sullivan Katzenberg. Sullivan
City
Katzenberg,
Council.
please go ahead.
Hello, City Council. Thank you so much for staying so late. It's been great to hear so many of the comments today. I just wanted to say, I really do support a reform in our police department, and I really do support examining some of the problems that some police officers may have. But I would also say, an earlier speaker said, what message are you sending if you cut the budget of social programs? And I'd like to ask, for people like me and for my friends, I have a friend who people broke into their house. They'd come up from LA and they robbed her house, and she called the police, and they came and caught those people. And her life was saved because of how quickly they got there. So I'd like to ask, what kind of message will those people be getting if the budget is cut? What kind of message will those people be getting, people who have been robbed or afraid or just afraid in general, or who value the police, if money goes away? And there really isn't a really one unilateral way of thinking about it. I think that both things can be accomplished at the same time. And I think they're also, I'm not white, but I also don't think that there can be good futures for the people of Santa Barbara if the police go away or if they're significantly defunded, because they're the baseline of what protect us in the first place. And successful futures can only happen if that safety net is built into the foundation of life in general. And only then can you build an actual successful, peaceful place. So I just wanted to say, please consider, not necessarily defunding the police while at the same time doing some of the social programs that are being called for. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close public comment on this item. And there was a couple of questions hanging out there. I'll call on Mr. Casey. One, Mr. Gutierrez wanted to know the dollar amount of department head salary reductions. And I guess I would add on to that question, Mr. Casey, is it already reflected in the 5% cuts? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. If you recall, we had a summary sheet early on in the presentation that talked about departmental reductions, and then in addition to that, labor savings from the different bargaining units. And so the savings I'm going to mention is lumped together in those bargaining unit savings. I believe Mr. Gutierrez asked how much money was going to be saved from the executive management reduction costs. That's about $103,000. And from all of the rest of the unrepresented managers, that's closer to $200,000, making the same concessions that we're asking from the other bargaining units as well.
Thank you. And then the other question was from a public speaker about Measure C funding essential services. Your answer to that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, sorry. So Measure C was approved by the voters about 3 years ago. It was approved with a majority vote, so it technically is general fund money that council can spend whatever priority they want. We have been spending on a council-approved resolution of priorities, which do include a lot of city facilities and a lot of park and recreation facilities. And so we're making improvements to the capital infrastructure of the Parks Department that then does provide that community-facing services that they provide both of their parks and through the recreation centers. So that's one answer, but ultimately it's up to the City Council about how to spend the Measure C dollars as you see fit.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, would you like to kick us off on this discussion? Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think everybody should take a deep breath. Whether you're watching at home, my colleagues, we're at a big moment. So just take a deep breath with me. First, I want to say I've been told that I talk too much on the dais, and that naturally I'm shy. But I do agree with it, and so I just want to throw a little self-appreciated humor at myself right now, just to kind of kick this off. But in all seriousness, before I begin my comments, and I do have some additional proposals tonight that go beyond what's been presented, I want to thank our staff, in particular, Ms. Tomaszewski and our finance staff for your efforts to present a budget that is revised, and it's been very difficult with the numbers changing due to COVID. So I definitely appreciate the time you spent to get us to this point, to have as accurate as can be information, even though it's constantly changing. I also want to thank the public who have contacted us through a variety of means to share your input on the budget, including tonight. I think it's been very helpful and constructive, and I appreciate the tone of tonight's public comment in particular, focusing on the positives of what we can do. I do have a few additional proposals for consideration that I will present after some comments. But before I do, I want to share with my colleagues and all of you, the public, my deliberative process over the past couple of weeks, which has led me to these proposals, so you can understand my reasoning for presenting them, regardless of whether or not you support them or not. As I mentioned last week, rather than talking, I've been deliberately listening, so that I can gain a better understanding of how to respond to the complexity of this moment and where we need to go as a city together. This includes listening to Black Lives Matter and the many protesters, peaceful protesters who've exercised your rights. And I once again want to appreciate the peaceful nature of what you were able to accomplish, because that wasn't accomplished in many communities throughout our country. So I've definitely noticed that, as have others, and I want to thank everyone who has been out there for the multiple protests and the manner in which you conducted yourselves to make your voices heard. It's deeply moving and really was humbling for all of us. I've also read the countless emails that have been sent to us in support of a more humane budget that prioritizes mental health, social health, and equity, and also the many emails that support and encourage us to support our law enforcement and our city institutions as a whole. In addition, over the last couple of weeks, in particular, I've taken the time to listen to voices outside of our area and even outside our own time period in order to gain a more broad and in-depth perspective on how to respond and what opportunities we have as a council here tonight. This includes listening to podcasts such as 1619, reading articles on what it means to defund or reimagine policing. I wanted to familiarize myself with those and what they mean. And also reading books and articles about historical figures who grappled with complex problems in their and uncertainty in their own time. Examples include General George Marshall, who was a World War II general and developed the Marshall Plan afterwards. Civil rights leader A. Philip Randolph and social services icon Dorothy Day were just some of the individuals I came across in my readings. And many of the issues that they dealt with, we are dealing with today. In fact, some of the very same issues. So as I learned about the past and how these leaders responded, I understood their thought processes and how they were able to respond. And how they were able to lead a response that was both meaningful and measured, and it's proactive but not overreactive, because they were in times that were just as emotional and just as quickly changing as our own, when you consider World War II civil rights struggles and gender rights and all those. So much to my surprise, as I read and learned more, it was some of the actions that they considered but ultimately decided not to take during their times that had as much of a positive influence on our collective history as the actions that we study and we celebrate. In essence, history proved them right by their measured and strategic response during highly turbulent and emotional times. And this was found in many of those I studied, so it really resonated with me. So when I combine the new perspectives I've learned, I have many more questions now that I've studied them, but I've combined that with my own journey of approximately 18 years in public service in government. I've come to the following understanding of government action. And it's kind of surprised me, but I've come to the understanding that the negative and harmful impacts of a bad government decision, even if done with the best of intentions, does far greater damage than positive outcomes that can arise from a good government decision. And what this means to me is we need to make the change that we've been hearing about, but we need to be strategic and we need to do it right. Because if we do it wrong, the harmful impacts are going to be on those that we are trying to uplift and to protect. And so there is a path forward. I think many of the speakers over the last few weeks have shown that to us. And so I'm going to make some proposals for considering that will hopefully move us in a more humane, community-driven direction that will also make economic sense and will also assist our police officers by providing support on issues which many people today and others have said that they respond to, but they're not necessarily a function of policing. And we need to support our police officers by taking those issues and addressing them proactively, because by the time they're addressing them, they don't have the training and it's not their job in policing. And so, but they take them because society in general has shifted those issues to policing. So we must move in a direction that we support our community and police and there's mutual trust. So these are the additional, I'll talk about a couple, but I have some proposals, so I'm going to get to them. So the first is I just want to say I support funding the point in time study and the continuum of care. I still don't understand how it's not a line item in our budget and why it was put into human services. That's neither here nor there now. So I want to support that funding this year. And I would like us to have an understanding going for next year so that we don't have this discussion again, that we just say it's the right thing to do. We need to have that partnership with our other communities. And I don't want to use the point in time funding to take away from direct services that our nonprofit partners are providing, or a capital investment that we can use for our most disadvantaged and our homeless brothers and sisters. Next is the library plaza. Now, for those who know me, the libraries are my passion, both the East Side and the Central Library. I've seen the power of both for the communities, and we are so fortunate to have a gem of a Central Library and just have that resource for the East Side. It's truly a magical place there for the residents and the families that use that library on the East Side. And I've served on the library board for 10 years, and I first remember the Library Plaza project, a first iteration coming to the library board somewhere around 2006. So it's going on nearly 15 years. And I want to thank all those who spoke tonight from the foundation and others in support of our libraries. And basically, I'm going to say we need to fund it. We need to fund the Plaza project at the 1.15 million, and it needs to be a strong message sent to the foundation that it's in this year's budget. So that's what that's what I'm proposing. When you look at it, I'm going to use a bad and incorrect sports analogy so people can really understand where we are, is that we're on the 99-yard line, and all we need to go is go the one extra yard to get us in there and have this beautiful center. And I want to take the time on our libraries in particular to explain that it's not just a centerpiece of our economic development of our downtown. It's an opportunity to provide community spacing and host community events, arts and culture festivals, ethnic festivals that we can really use to build community here. And we can even have the opportunity when we have this new plaza that's welcoming into our library to close off Anapamu Street and tie it into State Street and really have something special here that will be the envy of many communities all around. So when you consider investing the social equity issues that we need as a society, there are two institutions, when you're talking long-term, that really have the power to transform and address all the issues we've been hearing over the last, not even just few weeks, but over the last years, decades, but it has really come to a fruition in the last couple of weeks. And that is stronger investment in our public education system and a stronger investment in our public library system, because they complement each other. And the more we can invest in those two institutions in particular, because they serve everyone, in particular the most vulnerable and disadvantaged, and they provide safe spaces, the better off we are as a community. So fund it. That's what I want to say about that one. So here's my additional proposals. And the first one ties into the library, but the city as a general. I'd like our city staff to analyze our special events permitting process and come back to us so we understand how it works. It's from what I'm told in my own experiences, it's very complex. You have different departments. The costs are high. So how can we have a more streamlined and efficient permitting process for special events? Because if we have this library plaza, we can have more cultural events. We can even consider how we as a council might want to invest more in our events funding to support smaller events, especially in the downtown area. And also how we can shift some resources, because there is an issue of are we having more of staff, such as within the police department, that maybe we could have, for example, when we have to do traffic control. We might have officers doing that right now, but could we have public work staff who are trained in this, who with a traffic issue essentially, and they could be less expensive, and it frees up time for our police to continue to focus on policing issues and not necessarily policing public gatherings and events. So how can we make reforms into this? How can we fund it better? I think it will serve our community better going forward. The next proposal that I want my colleagues to consider is the transfer of parking enforcement from police to public works. It's a natural that our public works, it's more about enforcing the streets. It's a natural more with public works. And it also takes the policing presence out of parking tickets. When I'm looking at things, I don't necessarily agree that a traffic ticket should be a police function when we can have it as a public works function. And this can also help when you're looking at some of the communities that have negative interactions or don't feel protected by the police, that instead of, for whatever reason, if there's a parking ticket, that it comes from public works and not police. It just removes that tension. So I think there are opportunities there, and there could be some cost savings as well, depending on the types of personnel that oversee it instead of in the higher end of police management versus public works, those types of things. So I think we could get some cost savings and have the same efficiencies. The next one that I want to propose, and I think this is a no-brainer, is my understanding and the conversations I've had with our city staff and with the county is that the county mental health has the program with the sheriffs where they provide a trained mental health professional to go out with the officer, and they have 2 of them. They have funding for a 3rd mental health professional right now that all we have to do is accept it, and we can have a mental health professional teamed with one of our own officers to go out on patrol, which I think we desperately need, because having the correct mental health professionals there when someone is having mental health issues can prevent a crisis and can prevent an escalation that could lead to violence or in some cases deaths or incarceration. So I want to get that program up and running. I appreciate the county offering that. So I want to make sure, one, that is the possibility, and I want to move on that as quickly as we can. The next that I want to propose is the creation of 4 positions within the city. And they're a combination of the following: mental health professional, a social services professional, and code enforcement. It could be any combination of how it went 2, 1, 1, whatever we need it to be. And these would be the first step, but we would get some information on it, but they would take on community priorities, which have been delegated to police, but are not policing functions. Examples include homelessness calls. So for example, if you are a business and you're opening up in the morning and there is a homeless individual and he or she is just asleep in front of your porch, what we do now is we call the police. That is, to me, is not a policing function. If we had proper staffing, additional staffing, you could call these professionals that could come and work with that homeless individual and not only move them along, but build a relationship over time that could get them into the services they need. So it's proactive, it takes the policing out of it. Code enforcement or others could go on to the homeless encampment cleanups. We might not need officers going down there, which is a heavy expense to us, but we could have staff that is more economic on addressing these issues. Mr. Clausen, I know you personally, and I am very shocked and very disturbed about what happened with your Black Lives Matter. But I do thank you for sharing with it, because I think it provides us some perspective that we do have a long way to go. And I'm sorry that that happened to you, and by happening to you on your property, it was actually happening to all of our Black residents in town, because it's unacceptable that that takes place here. So I just want to say that it really disturbed me when you mentioned that, because I know where you live. I know you have a tiny library in front of your home, and you really support community there. But along with the 4 positions, an example that I think you mentioned and that I was thinking about is the gas-powered leaf blowers. If we had an additional code enforcement officer, not a police officer, but within our code enforcement, within community development, that person or persons could then go out and start enforcement on gas-powered leaf blowers, which are an air pollution issue. We haven't found a way to enforce them over time, and it would be more economically efficient. There is no reason that policing should be the enforcement of gas-powered leaf blowers. So those are the types of things I think we can do by implementing these 4 positions, and we can look at how to fund them. So those are the things I want to fund this year, and I want us to look at. And there's also, I'm almost done, I promise. We also need to take a strategic approach to go even farther than this right now. But as I mentioned, we need to be measured, and we need to do this right. I think those things I just mentioned are on the correct path, and they will provide tangible results. But we also, forget who mentioned it, but someone towards the end of public mentioned it, is that we do need to, and I'd like to ask staff to come back with a full analysis of how the police department currently allocates its resources. What are they spending their time on? And what percentage of these could be considered non-policing functions? So we'll have that data, and we'll understand where we might be able to transfer those out, make them more economical without impacting the potential for public safety protections of more serious crimes like violent crimes, burglaries, thefts, and those types of things that the community also wants us to see. So I want to understand where the police spend their time and how we can begin that conversation and being more proactive while still maintaining the public safety element. And this would support our officers because I do support our officers in that they have had to take on a lot of responsibility that they shouldn't have to take on. And if we don't change it as council, then who's going to change it? And if we have to set the example here for other communities, so be it. And I think it's the right thing to do. The reason that it's important to have this data, this is kind of my final point as we get this, is that we have some strategic opportunities coming up within the next year to look at where we can allocate resources in a more economic and socially responsible way. We'll have budget revisions due to the unpredictability of the COVID revenues. So we will have some revises maybe 6 months down the line where we can have some more discussions on where we want to move resources. But in particular, a year from now is the first year of our 2-year budget. And for those who don't understand how city government works, we do a 2-year budget, and the first year is the big year because you're setting a 2-year spending priority plan. The second year is generally just making sure your revenue is coming in if there's any minor changes you want to do. But the first year really sets you up for a 2-year investment in where you want to go. This year is different because of the COVID. We would have had a much different discussion. But I really want to set us up for success to continue the conversations we have next year by having that data on where the police are spending their time and use it as part of next year's budget. So I'm not going to make a motion right now, but when the time comes to a motion, I want to include all these, including the library plaza funding, including the point in time and what I just mentioned, but I want to hear from my fellow colleagues on these proposals and others that you might want to propose. Again, apologize for going on long, but I really wanted to emphasize the journey I went through to get to that point and really want to be responsive to everyone in the community that we move forward in a humane way, but also support our police officers as well, because we do need to do both. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman, before you go, I'm sorry, did you say whether you supported the outside request from the chamber? Did I miss that?
I would like to hear from my colleagues. I see the value both ways on it, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues more on it. On the finance committee, I actually brought up the proposal not to have outside requests this year. And I do want to honor that because I think it presents issues with others, but the COVID and the economic recovery that we need to retain our businesses, it's a unique factor that came up after we made the decision. So I want to hear from my colleagues on that before I commit to that.
Thanks. Ms. Sneddon, I have to say that the system missed one public speaker who we should have caught, and I don't want to prevent anyone from speaking who was under the wire. So Ms. Clerk, there's one more person out there, I think. No, it is unusual to close public comment and open it because we're already deliberating, but Ms. Gorman? What did you say, Mr. Friedman?
I have one more thing just for Mr. Casey. The proposals that I put forward, because they have to cost out some of the positions, just want to make sure that they would be implemented in a reasonable time as part of the first quarter and not necessarily July 1st, because I want to make sure we have the time to get those positions right. So that's all.
All right, thank you. It's going to take a minute for them to queue up the person apparently. So Ms. Sneddon, do you want to go ahead?
It's up to you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure. I'd like to hear public comment.
Ms. Gorman, we missed a person. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Chelsea Lancaster, it looks like she may have just gone offline, but let's see if she is back. Chelsea Lancaster, please go ahead. Madam Mayor, it looks like she has left the meeting. So that was it.
Okay, we tried. Sorry about that. Okay, Ms. Snedden, to your deliberative comments, and if you would address the outside request from the chamber, but start wherever you want to start, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a heavy evening. I will start with that. We started this budget process with a status quo budget. We charged our city administrator with coming back to us with a status quo budget, year 2 of a budget cycle. And then we had COVID. And then when COVID came, trying to address economic free fall, the recommendation was a 5% decrease across all departments, not progressive, which is something I had asked about at the beginning. Is it 5% for every department? And that's how it came back to us. And we were working with that. We had already heard from our police, their budget description. And then there was George Floyd. And I don't know how else to say except for there is no status quo after George Floyd. It has changed everything. And even though that wasn't a singular moment that happened in time, that there had been decades leading up to that moment, we can't be the same status quo past that moment. There just isn't that option. At the beginning of tonight, Paul Casey said, make this budget your own. And it actually really struck me that what we vote on and what we put forward as our budget really does speak for us. And to me, thinking about it, it just really means getting back to basics. And the basics to me are libraries, education, parks and recreation, open spaces, taking care of our homeless. But at the very most basic of all of those is equity. We can't enjoy open spaces if we don't have equity for all. We can't enjoy our libraries or our education systems if we don't have equity for all. And it's a heavy charge, but this is the moment when we're called upon to answer that charge. There is no ignoring it. It goes without saying, I'm white. I've enjoyed only the fullest, best experiences with police officers ever, aside from my first ever speeding ticket that I just got last month. I have never had the types of experiences that people talk about, but that doesn't mean that I can't listen and learn from what people are describing. We have so many wonderful officers, and this isn't about people. There are always really great officers, and there are those that need help learning better how to approach some issues. But this is really about the system. And when we talk about changes to the system and systemic changes, I want to really emphasize this isn't about the heart of officers when they join the force. I think when officers come on and we have newly sworn officers, they're coming with a heart of wanting to serve and protect. And it's the system and the way that it is set out for us that creates these inequities. And this isn't unique to Santa Barbara. We have really, relatively, we have a great police department, but this isn't about the people, it's about a systemic system. And even today, Xavier Becerra, our California state attorney, is talking about looking at statewide changes. Nationally, we're looking at this. This is not an attack on our local police department to ask for a very thorough look at how that funding could be reallocated and really address what in my mind is getting back to basics, supporting mental health and social services. I'm sure that it would also be the will of our police department to look at how some of these things could be readjusted, how we could have more co-policing or some more diversion programs or restorative justice or alternatives to 911. There are so many great ideas on how to serve the public safety of our community, and having police possibly be part of that community well-being. But this is something that has to structurally be looked at. And Councilmember Friedman offered some fantastic ideas. I am really wanting to stay focused with our Black Lives Matters counterparts, that they are working with us and voicing what it is that is most supportive for them. So I don't want to get ahead of what they're asking for without further conversation. So I want to reiterate the support for the Black Lives Matters demands, and those are things that we've already supported. But in our budget, in how we have the 33% going to the police budget, it's worth it for all of us to look at how that could be reallocated and moved around. This isn't about dismantling or completely doing away with policing. This is it deserves the kind of attention and space to look at it, and the funding behind it to look at other ways. I'm in support so far of Councilmember Friedman's, I think he said 211, and having new positions in mental health. I mean, we always say, oh, it's the county takes care of mental health. Well, why can't we put some resources behind supporting mental health services and looking at what that might be, and supporting more of our social services, really getting down to that equity issue. Maybe we need some outside consultant to come in and help us restructure. Maybe we do that ourselves, but we need to prioritize that and have that very thorough conversation. What I don't want is to do some quick token movements that seem like we're restructuring things when it's not really fundamentally basic to what we're doing. And so we need to structurally create the space to have those conversations and to really affect genuine systemic change. I mentioned before a summit, and I think that's going to go ahead. But this type of thing, when we're talking about how we do community policing, whether it's beat officers and how we do all that, in a way that we haven't looked at before in that detail, I think this moment calls for us to really learn more about what it means. And again, I'm very supportive of the people who are our officers. They have my complete support as individuals and people who are here to serve our community. It's the system and what more we can do to support that system with mental health, with homeless services, and along those lines. So to our specific budget questions tonight, and again, this is a budget that's framed on a status quo and then a 5% reduction to status quo. And I'm just not sure, well, I'm sure that we can't just continue with status quo. That isn't where we are anymore. And where we haven't been, but we just didn't know it in the same way, I don't think. So for some specific items, I would like to have that set aside money for the library plaza now. I think that's really important to be emphasizing the kinds of activities that can promote in our community. I would like it to be the $50,000 to Home for Good. I want that restored back into the budget. Very pleased with the 35,000 for Juneteenth. But I think I definitely want to support, but I would like to see if there's council support, and I'd like to propose that we support a Black community center, that we fund this, and that we look at funding a center or celebration for Indigenous peoples in our community and Latinx. I mean, I think this is all in our social justice. It's time to look at and really support these things in our community with our budget, and looking at how to really structurally do that. For a Black community center, since that's seems much more pressing just at the moment, for a place to be, a place where there can be mentorship, Black History Showcase. We don't have a place, a location for something like that. Skills building, community building. We have a lot of restoration to do, and I think supporting or helping to fund a space would be the next step in that, so that we could have those conversations and really create the framework to be able to affect some real change. Aside from that, which is nothing small, I mean, these are big changes. I think that's where I'll leave it with that. I think Mr. Friedman has some very interesting ideas. I think I have actually a hard time when they're verbally set out and I'm not seeing what they are. I'm not sure how to lay those in the framework with everything else also. So I think the message is that we need something, a bigger systematic change in our budget.
Thank you, Ms. Snedden. Ms. Harmon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm gonna try to keep my comments brief. I agree with my colleagues, fully support a continuing ongoing community conversation and dialogue, particularly around issues related to policing in our community. But I mean, I heard from the folks that emailed, from the people that called in, that they didn't want just a commitment to a conversation tonight, that they wanted us to take tangible action in our budget to reflect our stated values. So with that, I'm going to go through my suggestions and not talk about the community conversation. I support it. I want to have it. We all are committed to it, but I want to talk about the things we're going to do in this budget, or that I would support us doing. First, and I'm going to look at my notes because I really just would like to stay as focused as possible. On the point in time, Home for Good funding, I'm with my colleagues on this. I appreciate that staff had suggested that they apply to the CDBG funding process, but that's really not a framework that I think is applicable. And it's not an approach that I support. I agree with my colleagues that this should be a line item. We hear over and over again that houselessness is a regional issue, that it can only be addressed through a multi-intra-jurisdictional approach. To remove this funding seems to fly in the face of that understanding. It reflects the opposite of engagement and coordination. So I would like to see that returned. On the library plaza, I agree with my colleagues. I think it's a great solution that was presented, that we use some of the reserve funds to cover that. So strongly support that money being allocated to the library plaza project. On the police reforms within the budget. So I'm going to go over what I think I heard Councilmember Friedman suggest and sort of pick those out. Though he and I are coming at it, I think, from a little bit of a different perspective. But I do think some of the changes that he recommended are meaningful and important, and they're changes that we can make tonight, not as the end of the conversation, but as a start. First, working more concretely and closely with co-response. This is huge. This is a recognition of the importance of community mental health, and it's literally putting our money where our mouth is. So that's a key piece. Increasing the number of positions for social workers. I believe that was something he said, four positions that could be social workers or community mental health workers. Those are changes that begin to reflect the transformation of our budget into one that reflects back our community's ideals. Those are changes that we heard over and over again from commenters, coming from many different angles that these changes are important and valuable. I think they're changes that we can absolutely make right now and should move forward with. I think Councilmember Friedman said it's doable by the end of Q1. That seems very reasonable to me. And I would strongly support us doing that. I think he also mentioned moving parking enforcement out of the purview of the police department and into public works, excuse me. That may seem small, but it's actually a huge thing. It's a really important shift because it signifies our collective desire to move non-police functions out of that department. If a situation is non-violent, if it involves mental health or substance abuse or a small minor code infraction, changes like this are about finding and funding the right people to mediate and resolve these situations outside the law enforcement context. So it really is an important step. Is it the end? Certainly not. But it's an important thing that we do, that we begin to find functions that don't need to be housed within our police department and move those into departments where they're more appropriately housed. So again, I would really support and ask that my colleagues support tangible action tonight, putting parking enforcement into public works, increasing the number of social workers or equivalent mental health workers, calling on clinicians to respond to calls vis-a-vis co-response. These changes will shift essential functions away from law enforcement and toward professionals that are better suited to community response. This is what we have heard from the callers, from the emailers, and I think that they deserve that we take tangible steps in that direction tonight. So very much support those and look forward to voting in favor of those changes.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no way I am going to top those three's narrative. What's clear to me is, though, that we have an opportunity to make these changes tonight, whether tangible or start down a meaningful path. You know, it's fortunate to have late 20s and 30-year-old daughters because they, despite being from two white parents, they have an entirely different perspective of a male parent or, you know, 60-year-old white people. And just the amount of reading I've done on just, for first time ever, on the legacy of how policing began and what that meant back in the end of slavery, and how that was a historical start of the reinforced inequity in the justice system that still is with us today. Again, I think it was Ms. Snedden who said, never has that been a personal experience with her. And I would tell you that's never been a personal experience with me too. I kind of shook my head at an early public speaker who said, you know, I was never raised to be a racist as a white person. Well, that's the point. You were never in the shoes of a person of color to get that perspective, and my perspective or your perspective is certainly not what the real perspective is. The only, I guess, cautioning statement I would like to make before I talk about the points that have been made already is I believe we have a legal obligation to have an adopted budget in the next 14 or 15 days, a balanced budget. And I would just caution my fellow council members that that document has to be ready with either your thoughts and your plans or a path to them after adoption. And I don't know which is the easier one in some of these. But I really think Councilmember Friedman set this all up with both his talk about the work he's done and how he got to where he is today. And I believe that his points are both simple and not simple. And so I'll just go through them and get us to the end of the chase pretty quick. I too support the return of the funding and on an annual basis to the point in time count in the continuum of care. I think that should be a line item annually, and we should participate in that endeavor as others are. It's also clear to me that a choice is going to have to be made on probably a redirection of Measure C funds, and that overwhelmingly the library plaza is not just an investment in concrete and improvements, but it's an investment in the community that needs to be made and needs to move forward now. Again, I think Mr. Friedman said it much more articulately than I will be able to, but it is a core and significant function of this community in so many ways, and it cannot afford to wait another year or longer due to the uncertain message we would send by not moving it forward. I also am then very intrigued by really what Eric had for 5 items, not just 4, and that was analyzing the permitting process for special events and looking for a way to move that out of a police department setting or really an enforcement setting and move it into more what I would think he means is a more collaborative, engaged setting than that type of environment. Also in favor of looking at moving parking enforcement to Public Works for all the reasons you've heard already. Those two to me seem almost that they're not going to happen in 14 days, particularly that those need to have a conversation with the community and see what that means and how that's going to happen. The 3rd and 4th points were the co-response units and then figuring out a way to fund 4 or more positions across the spectrum of mental health, social service, and code enforcement. And I'm not too concerned about the number. What I would like to just see is an effort to do the most we can to move what Ms. Harmon called non-police functions out of a policing environment. And if we need to start with 4 positions, great. But I think we also need to have a process with the police department, the community, and the stakeholders on what else is out there that the police do and what would the community like to see that look like in a different setting and what that would look like to get to there. I think part of that was Eric's 5th point, and that was an analysis of data on what the police actually do. And that's what I'd really like to see, because that would drive. I think it's going to be an eye-opener both to us and to other members of the community about how much we ask the police department and the officers there to do, and that has just been given to them because no one else would do it. And it's time to put that in the right place and put the actual resources behind it and leave policing to just criminal behavior and not social behavior. I think there was only one comment on the chamber proposal. I think the chamber proposal is a time and place proposal that has merit for me from a business sense and my familiarity with downtown. We're at a point where we are economically just seemingly swallowing ourselves downtown. There would be some who say that the city has just funded that type of effort, but I see this as a ground level stakeholder effort coming up to meet what is a city bureaucratic level of support coming down to talk to them. And I see it as a hand in hand, a sort of public-private opportunity to, in my experience, to actually get the stakeholders in the conversation that haven't been before. And in particular, that's the property owners, not the businesses. And then the only other question I have after listening to all this is, in a month, we're going to see a report back or a presentation back on the choices and the concepts of a police review board. And I would imagine that that is going to be an effort that needs to move forward and have some type of resources behind it. So I would not envision that coming back and having a presentation and letting somebody, a staff presentation, feed council, and council just make a decision. If not hearing how that's going to be supported at this time, I think we should have in the back of our minds, we should have a plan to be ready to give that the support it needs to talk about it with all the stakeholders, with the community groups, and do just a really good job on vetting it, involving, engaging people, and making sure that we are ready to put the resources into that. So that would be the only other item to the list that I would add to that. And I know I don't even know what I'm suggesting in terms of scope or what that will be, but I see that as a several month process to have staff involved, to have us involved, to have meetings involved. And I intend to make sure that we have the resources to put to that effort too. So those are my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon, something to add?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to add that one of the suggestions that I really wanted to emphasize was funding toward a Black community center. And I haven't heard one way or the other from other council members because I'm assuming that Councilmember Friedman will be making the motion eventually. So I just wanted to re-highlight that as something that I would like considered by council members.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
So from the 2 million, give me 1 second.
Madam Mayor, while she's taking a second, I'll get back in. I had two other points that I wasn't reading my notes very well. Is one, I would agree that I would agree to put that on the list of a Black community center or a person of color community center. I think that is moving towards that as part of the discussion. So I would agree with that too. And the other point on the chamber proposal that I didn't talk about, if I could just take 30 seconds. I do not agree with the structure as it's been asked. I think that's way too big of a commitment and the dollar amount is way too high. I would support something in the $50,000 range, again, to talk about a small number. I think what's wrong with that proposal is right now is it disproportionately puts the city as the prime contributor at the expense of the people, or not at the expense of the people who are going to benefit the most, and that's the property owners. They should be the prime contributor to that effort. Okay, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thanks, Mr. Jordan. I agree with you on that. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
So from the 2 million that we're not going to be using for the construction of the new police department this year. Can we use some of that money to do an organizational review of the police department, just like we did for the community development department and the downtown business area?
Mr. Casey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez. Unfortunately, no, that's already kind of baked into the proposed balancing budget that we have. We had already recommended not funding the $2 million as kind of the COVID response to get to a repackaged capital program. So not to say that the idea of doing the study isn't a bad idea, but that isn't a pot of money that's just waiting there to be used.
I would like this study to be done. Is there any way that staff can help me find money for this study? Or I don't know how my colleagues feel. It's just a lot of the conversation we've had about suggestions, how the police department is going to work alongside with the communities, and hearing some of the concerns from public comment. I think it's just fair, you know, and Mr. Friedman also talked about reevaluating some of the work that the PD does. I think it's fair that we review the whole organization and see where our gaps are and maybe areas that we are actually doing a really good job in. I think it's fair.
Well, that is a good question. So the chief, I know, is committed to reviewing her operations, and I'm hearing support for most of Mr. Friedman's suggestions, and that would take some resources. So Mr. Casey, what would, I mean, if we were to look for resources, what would that be? And I guess I'll just jump in that, you know, this request from the chamber is the $150,000. If 50 of that is already going to Home for Good, if we need resources to really develop a civilian review board, and if we need resources to help the chief look at her department and make changes, I would rather that money go to those causes, and rather than the chamber request, as much as I respect where they're coming from and what they're trying to do. But I guess we're talking about money. It's the budget season. Mr. Casey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So I'm still listening to kind of where your consensus is going to be. And then we'll figure out how to fund it. I mean, this is a tough budget. There's no easy socks to go find money lying around for, but these are important times as well. And some of these items are kind of one-time items to do studies and such, and so we can dip a little further into reserves. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad suggestion at this point, rather than cutting some other department more, which I don't sense a big appetite from any of you to go there. So I think that we are kind of looking at that use of reserves to kind of bridge us to where we need to go. And if these are certain priorities that is important to do, then that's where I would suggest you find the money. With regards to kind of that allocation study or whatever, I'm intrigued by that idea. I always do think it helps to bring in someone who kind of has expertise in that world and give us that additional outside analysis of where the police department is spending their time and focus. It takes a little bit longer. And so I'm trying to balance my suggestion to you about how to consider that, because I think that I'm hearing from you all a desire to move quickly, not too fast, but I think, you know, coming back by the end of the first quarter is a reasonable period of time for us to work through those issues. I think if we threw in an outside analysis, it might take a little bit longer, but I think that might be really valuable information to get this right. And that's where my tendency is to get it right. This is really fundamental changes that you're talking about. And so I'd rather take a little more time and get it right. But that's food for thought for you all to consider and give me your thoughts and reaction to.
Okay, we got a thumbs up from Ms. Sneddon. Mr. Gutierrez, and then I have comments as well. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, first I just want to thank everyone who's called in and voiced their opinions and concerns. and thank the city staff for presenting to us. Yeah, we definitely are living in interesting times, and it's the time to listen to the people and do our best to do what they are asking of us. I personally feel like our PD shouldn't have anything to hide, and they should definitely be outspoken about how well they say they police our community. So I would support what my colleague Alejandro Gutierrez was suggesting about a review of the police, because I think, well, I would hope it would come out positively. And yeah, I just want to keep it short and say that I agree with what my council members have been proposing. I just want to emphasize that I know it's not as much as everyone wants us to be cutting, but we are doing that. We are cutting, and this is just the start of it. This isn't just like a one-time thing, like I've been reiterating. This is permanent. You know, we're going to be meeting with all these stakeholders in the community and listening to their needs and taking action on it from now on. So yeah, that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start in supporting the library plaza and the way people described it, and wanting to take the focus away from law enforcement and rather putting it on community services. And the library serves our homeless neighbors. It serves people looking for work. It serves our teens and people of all economic status. And so I love that is one of the questions that we have today, because it does respond to the call from our community to fund city services that benefit families and people and people of color, and really helps people have or young people have academic achievement. And that's the standard that we're trying to raise and support everyone. The Home for Good proposal, yes, that one too. I heard a lot of concern about our homeless and how do we help them. Turning to the police department, I am looking forward to the summit that we've ordered to be organized so that people can talk to the police chief about what kind of changes and reform they want in the police department. Mr. Friedman, a great list, a great start about moving some functions out of the police department and into other divisions in the city, so that we start to fulfill that call for change. And I respect that the chief wants to hear from the community and work with her officers so that they can come to this place where they're making these changes, accepting these changes, and really they're the ones who will be carrying it out with us watching. I believe we need to hire the right kind of police officer. So I'm very interested in the hiring practices, training, monitoring the relationships that our police officers have with community members. And that means opening communication with our residents, because if they trust us, if they trust the police department, they will report misconduct. I know the chief doesn't want officers in her department that aren't fully respectful and caring about our families. Data reporting, very important. When is force used? And what are the demographics that are involved around incidences of a firearm being used or force? What was the gender of the person? What was the race of the person, the age? Because we need to start teasing that apart. Is there prejudice? Is there anti-Blackness, anti-Brownness in this community? And looking at the data will start to to help us understand that. On the community side, our city needs to be engaged with our Black community, and we as council members need to be engaged too. We need to take an interest in people's health care, their education, their cultural life, and support everyone who lives in this city or visits this city. Just a note on housing for the homeless, because I heard a lot about caring for our houseless residents. It's absolutely proven that when we house someone, it costs less money than the law enforcement response that it takes to control their behavior, and it saves money on visits to the ER and public health because they can't ever get healthy. So I looking forward, looking broadly, we should be doing everything we can to create housing for people who are living on the streets. And I already talked a little bit about the chamber request because I just feel like if we're using one-time money and we're really focused on helping in the social services respect, the human services respect, helping our police department have events and conversations, that takes resources. That I would rather have that $150,000 go to one, Home for Good, and two, the process to review and vet the civilian review board formation, and also the conversations that we're going to have. I'd like to talk to schools and churches. This is a community effort. So I think our resources can go to I don't support the chamber request. I also think we need to support the businesses that are already here. The chamber request is about recruiting businesses to come in. I think there's a time for that. Why don't we focus on Black-owned businesses in the city of Santa Barbara? How do we help them? Everyone's hurting after the pandemic. So I'm looking at Councilmember Friedman's ideas. I would forward these to the chief because you're talking about changes related to, to her and Public Works, because you're talking about changes in those specific departments. And a community center, I was thinking about some spaces around town. I'm thinking it would be a public-private partnership that pursued creating a space that looked like a community center. And I was really inspired to hear people talk about a place for teens, a place for cultural events, a museum of sorts for artifacts and pride, and a place where people felt welcome. And we want Santa Barbara to be welcoming of our Black community, all people of color. So I do support that as well. And so I would turn it over to Mr. Casey at this point. I think I've answered all the questions and then I think the final thing that I would say is that if we're putting on hold the ADA work and our accessibility projects, for me, those are one of the first things that I want restored when our revenue sources come back. So that's the final thing that I'll say. And I'll ask our city administrator to help us focus. Let me know if we need a motion, or let me hear from you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, a motion is in order to give us directions about how you want to amend the budget that we've put before you. It appears that there's some consensus forming around that, but certainly need a motion on Library Plaza just to make sure that's really clear that we're funding that. And again, staff is very supportive of the Library Plaza project. It was just, I think, a miscommunication 3 months ago when we were putting the budget together. about whether the fundraising was going to kick off in this climate or not. And the fact that the Library Foundation is coming back and saying, yes, they want to go, we're excited about that and thrilled that they want to do that. And we think it's a fabulous project for all the reasons you all have said. But yes, so a motion on Library Plaza, a motion on the point in time count. I'm hearing that you want to fund the point in time count and make it a line item budget in future years. So that could be part of the motion as well. And then however you all want to craft and decide where a majority of you is on the police department stuff, that's good. And giving a little guidance on whether you want us to bring in someone to help us with kind of a utilization analysis of where the police department is spending time to kind of have that database. I'd like a little guidance on that. My recommendation would be that we use the finance committee during the first quarter to kind of check in on those issues where it sounds like we're going, so that you've got a forum that's already being televised, that's very accessible to the public, that we can use during the summer months to check in and see if we're in the right direction and at least keep a subcommittee of you informed. So those are my initial thoughts, but yes, ultimately we do need a motion from you all to give us guidance to move forward.
May I have a motion, please, on Library Plaza? Mr. Friedman?
Do you want me to do individual motions or to try to sum this up into one large motion? Because I think I've captured it. We could go either way.
Go ahead.
Right.
If you think you're good, you can make a big fat motion. Go ahead.
I think I can, and feel free to step in if I miss it. So it's adopting the budget with the following the following changes is the funding for the point in time count and continuum of care at $50,000, funding of Library Plaza at $1.15 million. Looking at having an outside look at our police department, coming back with a process to have an outside look at our police department, which would also include an evaluation of how they're spending their current resources, among other things. Moving parking enforcement to Public Works. Finding the funding for a minimum of 4 positions related to social work professionals, mental health, and code enforcement. Working with the county for the co-response that is out there for the mental health professional with our officer. An evaluation of the special events permitting process. And working with the community, the African-American community on a path to a community center. So reaching out with them to scope the project, understand what their needs are and what they're envisioning, the size of it, and then we can get a better understanding of what the costs are after we talk with them on what they're envisioning. And then coming back to us when we have more information after talking with them. And I'm not going to include the chamber. It doesn't seem like there's the support for that now because we'd rather invest that in some of these other factors that we have here, including the outreach that we're going to need to be doing for the police review and other things that the mayor mentioned. So I'll make that motion with all those, and for those that can be implemented by July 1st, great, but some of these, such as the community center, the moving of parking enforcement, the outside agent, come back within a reasonable time within the first quarter to either implement or give us a status update on it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a second from Ms. Harmon. Any discussion from you, Ms. Harmon? No, she went off. Ms. Snedden, any discussion from you on the motion?
No, fully supportive, sorry.
Mr. Jordan?
Just have a question on the details, Madam Mayor. And so in particular, when we talk about 50,000 for the point in time and 1.15 million for the Library Plaza, are we just saying go find it and Mr. Casey just goes and finds it wherever he wants to, or is there an expectation on where that's going to come from? Will it come out of the bucket of the remaining reserves? Will it come from another part in the budget? How does that actually look when it comes back?
I think he would tell us when he comes back. Did you want to respond now, Mr. Casey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Yeah, I would prefer a little more direction than that. I'll tell you what I think I had been hearing. One, I want to be clear in the motion that we believe that the funding gap for Library Plaza is 1.115, not 1.15. Just want to clarify that number because we think that's what we had budgeted before. I had kind of been under the assumption that we're looking at Measure C money for the Library Plaza and not going to the general fund reserves to fund that. So I would like kind of clarification on that, and we can look at it. I'm not hearing a desire to pull out some of the other projects that are outlined specifically in Measure C, like the Louise Lowry Davis Center project or not. So I don't know if you're looking at streets funding as the toggle point there, but I could use a little guidance there. With regards to the point in time count, we think we can use SEMP funds for this year, but we don't think that's a good use on an ongoing basis. And so my recommendation on that would be that we use the SEMP funding for this year and then build it in as a baseline general fund cost going forward. But it will have to be general fund going forward on the point in time count.
And then the way I was understanding is on the first quarter items, that will be something for you to ponder and bring back in the first 3 months of the fiscal year, how we get there and anything else you would need. Is that right?
Madam Mayor and council members, yes. My only caveat is if we're going to bring in someone outside to look at the police department a little bit more thoroughly, I don't know if we're going to be able to complete that all in one quarter. But again, my request would be is that you also direct us to work with the finance committee for kind of regular check-ins on these items, and so that we're reporting to a group and monitoring the progress. And I clearly hear the impetus to move. I just don't want to put an artificial date that I can't meet if we're doing a little extra analysis.
Okay, I'll let the motion makers see how they're going to direct the 1.15 million treasure hunt. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So am I understanding you correctly, Mr. Casey? You're asking if we would take money away from the Louise Lowry Davis project or the pavement program? Do you think you and Ms. Bjork need more time to comb through the Measure C projects and come back with something that continues to support our families and our youth and doesn't take away from them, I guess?
You know, Madam Mayor, I'll start, and then I see Ms. Bjork coming on. If you look in the budget balancing packet and you look at Measure C funding and kind of the revised amounts of what we're doing from a capital standpoint, there's only a few items that's going to get you the 1.115 million. So, you know, I don't think you want us to stop work on the central library ADA, the library elevator. Louise Lowry Davis is $935,000. That really supports your seniors in the community and has been something we've been putting off. So that's the struggle that we come with of looking at that. Ms. Bjork, you want to chime in before I make a final suggestion?
I do. I agree with Mr. Casey. I think the best place to take that money is from pavement, regrettably. I will make an effort to come to Finance Committee and talk more about how the pavement funding goes, because I'm recognizing that the work we did on that previously was with a largely different council. And so I owe you an update on that. But I think for this issue, we need to take it from the pavement project.
Okay, thoughts on that? Ms. Snedden, we'll just go down the line that I'm looking at. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think in the original motion, I think you, Councilmember Friedman, you might have referenced continuum of care rather than coordinated entry. Just wanted to make sure we're really clear on that 50,000.
Good catch, late at night, but you are correct.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Jordan had mentioned a smaller amount that he would be in support of. going to the Chamber of Commerce, and I would be supportive of a smaller amount too. I just think it's a timing issue where you know, we have put funding into downtown and have put funding into economic development, and we haven't put funding into these sort of large pressing issues now. So regrettably, I think we don't have the funding for it right now in that way, but I would be supportive of a smaller amount if that was proposed.
Let's make it a second motion since this one is
Yeah,
so full.
I won't make the motion, but if it's made, I would support it.
Okay. Ms. Harmon, your thoughts on where we stand right now?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I agree with Councilmember Sneddon about being supportive of a smaller amount. So we'll put that out there. I had one quick question for Ms. Bjork about the 1.115 funding. If I remember correctly from your presentation, Ms. Bjork, the streets fund or the pavement fund that this would be coming out of, it's the reserves, right? Because I thought you were saying something about reserves.
We don't have a reserve in that fund, Councilmember Harmon. It's more that how we were going to manage that fund to make sure that the money's actually there before we commit to spending it. And the streets fund, that particular line item lends itself well to that. We can do all the work to get ready. We will continue to need to do paving. So if we're unable to do the work we need to do next year, we'll just do it the following year. That's fine.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for following up. Appreciate that.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
So I just wanted to clarify, is it 1.15 or 1.115? I've heard two different numbers. I just want to make sure I have the right number.
Ms. Bjork will nod with me. 1.115.
Okay, so I'll change it to 1.115 out of the funding that was just recommended from Ms. Bjork. Support the coming back to finance to check in on the items that we're deferring through the first quarter, and if we need to go further on some of them, at least as we are checking with the finance, so we're aware of that and the public's aware of it for anything that might take longer on those other items. And we'll do the chambers separately because it doesn't feel that we have a majority on that right now. So do we need anything else, Mr. Casey or Ms. Clerk, for the motion?
Yeah, we go now to Ms. Gorman to read it back to us, I think. Ms. Sneddon, something else?
I just want to really thank staff. I mean, it's nearly midnight, and every time we have a question, you all are standing by and popping up on the screen. And before we get to the vote, I just wanted to say just a very especially thank you. I know we all feel that way.
Thanks. Ms. Gorman?
Madam Mayor and Council, I will give a shot here, and please correct me as we go along with the motion. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to adopt the budget with the following changes. Funding for the point-in-time count of 50,000 for a coordinated entry. The library plaza at 1.15 million. Having an out.
Sarah, real quick. That's 1.115.
1.115. Very good. Having an outside look at the police department, including evaluation of how current resources are spent. Moving parking enforcement to Public Works. Finding funding for a minimum of 4 positions related to social work, mental health, code enforcement. Working with the county for co-response. Evaluation of the special events permitting process, and working with the African American community on a path to a community center.
Does that sound right to the motion maker and the seconder?
That sounds right to me.
Is there any other discussion before? Okay, you're nodding, Ms. Harmon, thanks. Any other discussion before we take a roll call vote? Ms. Clerk, at your convenience.
Earliest convenience, even. Mayor and Mayor, Mayor and Council, this is the motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, as read a moment ago. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Do we have thank you, Ms. Gorman. Thank you so much. Do we have a motion, Ms. Harmon, on the chamber item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it seems like there was some interest in this from many of my colleagues, just maybe not at the $150,000 level. So I would propose that we match the contribution of the property owners and contribute $25,000 to this really important effort that will work with the other programs that we've put in place to see a really vibrant downtown. So I don't know if my colleagues have any feedback on that specific number. It struck me as a reasonable number.
Well, I do like that idea, especially since Visit Santa Barbara is one of the entities kicking in some money and we give them money. So I think there's some double support there. Mr. Jordan, your opinion?
I'll second that. I'm fine with that. That's great.
Is there any other discussion to the motion to fund the Santa Barbara Goleta Chamber request at $25,000? Ms. Clerk, we'll take a roll call vote, please.
This is on the motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to match the contributions of the property owners to the Chamber of Commerce and contribute $25,000. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
I'm sorry. Ms. Harmon, can you repeat your suggestion, please? One more time.
Yes, of course. It was to fund the downtown business recruitment out of the chamber at a $25,000 level instead of the $150,000 level that they requested.
Okay, thank you. My vote is yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous, it seemed, Ms. Clerk.
Yes.
Thank you so much to Ms. Chalmashevsky and all of our budget people. This is a big deal. Thank you so much to the community members who called in and who are bearing with this virtual meeting format. Ms. Clerk, is there anything else on our agenda or any other items? I don't think so.
Madam Mayor, no.
Okay. With thanks to everyone, we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tomaszewski. Today is June 15th, 2020, and we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you very much, Ms. Clerk. We'll now go to open public comment, and I'd like to let the public know about our format tonight. And this is how we're adjusting to our virtual meetings and the fact that we are in extraordinary times with people's work and home life schedules presenting challenges. We're still in a pandemic condition, and our community has a lot to say on important topics that are impacting our society.